ye clean for the words which I have spoken to you. Woo! Yahusha is the word that became flesh. He cleaned these people with his word. He washed them. That is
What
something else right there.
what was that
Hallelujah.
reference again, brother? The last one.
Yahukanan 15:3.
15:3.
Um, did you get that, Phyllis?
With 15:3.
Yep. Yahukanan 15:3 and Ephesians 5:26 and 27. Yeah, I made a message this morning, a video. It's called cleaning your garments. Are you getting ready for the wedding? This is it right here. So you guys, because you are the assembly, you get a sneak preview. You get a sneak preview. I just did that one this morning though, but getting ready for the wedding. How a young man cleanses his path, getting ready for that everlasting life. And on Shemut, he told Masha, make sure the people cleanse their garments. Tell them to wash themselves, kadash themselves before Yahuwah comes on this mountain. Hallelujah. Barak Yahuwah. That's some amazing stuff.
You're fuzzy, Brother Mark.
Maybe that's a good thing.
Maybe. Love the reaction, though.
There's Roz.
Shabbat Shalom, Sister Roz.
Shalom.
Shabbat shalom to y'all too.
You had us worried.
Could I say something, please?
All right, let's get started, y'all. Exodus 25. So we left off last week. The children of Israel have come out of Egypt. They got the 10 Commandments, their marriage vows. They got married. They had the wedding feast. They got married. And now they're just waiting for their husband to build a new home. And so this is what's going to happen right now. Here comes the home that the bride and the husband will live in. It will be called the tabernacle. It's going to be a portable, temporary shelter, a place of worship, a place to meet with their husband and discuss important matters and get instructions. So here comes the home. They're married. Here comes their shelter, their home. I bet you never thought about it that way, have you? But it's so true. Who wants to read it? So starting here in chapter 25, it begins with the contributions in order to build this home, this tabernacle, this temporary shelter, and Yahuwah is going to require contributions from his bride in order to start building it. That's what's happening here in chapter 25. Who wants to read it? JJ, go ahead.
Okay. Lay down right now. Chapter 25, verse 1. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, Speak to the children of Yisrael, that they take up the contribution for me. From everyone whose heart moves him, you shall take up my contribution. And this is the contribution which you take up from them: gold and silver and bronze, and blue and purple and scarlet and material and fine linen and goats, hair and rams, skins dyed red and fine leather and acacia wood, oil for the light, spices for the anointing oil, and for stones, or for the sweet incense, shahom stones, and stones to be set in the shoulder garment and in the breastplate. And they shall make me a set apart place, and I shall dwell in their midst, according to all that I show you, the pattern of the dwelling place and the pattern of all its furnishings. Make it exactly so.
Okay, stop. Okay, so here you see the contributions he's asking for, and to begin to make his dwelling place, or their home, let's say. And it's interesting because since Yahuwah's dwelling place is temporary, so is the bride's dwelling place temporary. They'll be living in tabernacles and tents and makeshift shelters as well. Everything will be portable and temporary at this state in the game. Is there any questions about this? So what we need so many people get confused, okay, when it comes to these instructions. What all this is they are beginning to live together as husband and bride. This is their starter home. We can see it that way. That's how easy it is to understand what's going on here. This is their starter home, okay? So as he gets these contributions, he's talking to Moses, he's giving instructions, they're going to start building things and doing things, okay? And as it intensifies, as we continue on, it's going to intensify, and all of a sudden, Yahuwah is going to say, give them some really hard instructions, okay? And these children cannot do it. So what Yahuwah tells them to do, they can't do. And so he gives wisdom to certain people and certain craftsmen to do it. And he does it through them. The Ruach HaKodesh actually does it. It's beyond man's capabilities. Okay. And through this process, Moses is going to remind them several times that although they're doing this very, very important project for Yahuwah, so Yahuwah is the owner. He's the one that's telling them how he wants them to build it, right? And so, but since they're doing this important contracting job for Yahuwah, he's saying, hey, even though we're doing this for Yahuwah, this does not eliminate or abolish the Sabbath. We still have to keep the Sabbath, no matter what. Okay, and so this is what happens to this entire process. This is the remainder of Exodus, this project. And so if you pay really close attention, you're going to pick up a few things that are extremely, let's just say, that people disagree on. But if you pay attention, you'll see what it really is. Because you know why? Truth matters. Truth trumps feelings. Truth trumps men's knowledge, what they think it means. Truth is truth. and you have to accept it. If you don't accept it and you don't have a love for the truth over your own feelings, that's not good. That's not good. Read 2 Thessalonians 2. You find out real quick. That's not good. All right. So verse 1 through 9 is all about the contributions. If anybody's marking that. So now we're going to begin from 10 to 22 will be about the ark and the mercy seat and the cherubim. Okay. And that's what's coming up next. Okay. So go ahead, JJ.
Okay. Verse 10, chapter 25. And they shall make an ark of acacia wood, 2.5 cubits long, 1.5 cubits wide, and 1.5 cubits high. And you shall overlay it with clean gold, inside and outside you shall overlay it. And you shall make on it a molding of gold all around. And you shall cast 4 rings of gold for it, and put them in its 4 corners, 2 rings on one side and 2 rings on the other side. And you shall make poles of acacia wood and overlay them with gold, and shall put the poles into the rings on the sides of the ark to lift up the ark by them. The poles are in the rings of the ark when they are not taken from it. And into the ark you shall put the witness which I give you. And you shall make a lid of atonement of clean gold, 2.5 cubits long, and 1.5 cubits wide. And you shall make 2 cherubim of gold, make them a beaten work at the 2 ends of the lid of atonement, and make 1 cherub at one end and the other cherub at the other end. Make the cherubim from the lid of atonement at its 2 ends, and the cherubim shall be spreading out their wings above, covering the lid of the atonement with their wings, with their faces towards each other, the faces of the cherubim toward the lid of atonement. And you shall put the lid of atonement on top of the ark, and put it into the ark of the witness which I give you. And I shall meet with you there, and from above the lid of atonement, from between the 2 cherubim which are on the ark of the witness, I shall speak to you all that which I command you concerning the children of Israel.
Okay, stop. All right. So, wow, huh? So what is the ark? Someone describe the ark to us. Sandra?
So is it a box to contain the witnesses? And then I think he's going to add Aaron's rod that budded and some of the manna. So it is so would that be the most holiest place? Place of the most holy? I don't know. I know it's a box.
JJ?
Isn't it? I know it's Yahuwah's holy. It's his holy box that contains the commandments, and everything that he. What did you say? His contributions and the things that he instructs from us.
Roz?
Is it representing his body? Holding everything in there.
You're real close, but no. I mean, you got the right idea. Okay, so it's a box. Okay, it's all it is, really. It's just something to carry something. You can put something in and carry it around, like the ark, Noah's ark, right? That was an ark too. Because why? Because it carried animals and Noah's family in there. Okay, this is an ark. It's made to carry, put something in it. It's like a jewelry box type thing. Okay, that's all it is. It's just a box, just like Sandra said. Now, spiritually, what Ross was saying is, yes, it is a body, but it's really not Yahuwah's body, is it? It represents humanity,
Mm-hmm.
human body. Okay, this is spiritual, and we'll continue on with that line of thought as we study these components. Okay. But yeah, that's a good point, Ross, that you brought up there. We'll continue on with that line of thought as well.
But also with it, I mean, in his body, we're within his body, so it would still be in his body.
Our body becomes his temple.
Yeah.
That's the conversion that you're seeking. Okay.
Yeah.
Our body becomes his temple. And yes, then it is his body. We are his body. Okay. But not yet.
Okay.
Okay, not yet. Okay, go ahead, Chance.
I don't want to spoil the secret, but it's already starting to come out. So I don't, you know what I mean? We are walking arcs of the covenant. Yeah. We have the commands on our heart. We are living stones, you know, inside that ark. We are. So I don't want to spoil it now, but it's getting there. I'm getting excited.
Yeah, we'll continue along with the line of thought, but it's okay. I mean, that's all true, and but this is literal, and we need to understand the literal before we can understand the spiritual. And let's just look at it before we get into the showbread table of showbread here. Do Speedy's most favorite thing here and share screen. All right, so this is kind of what it looks like. One of the close, I mean, you see a lot of pictures on the internet of this, but they're not, not even, this is probably the closest one I could find. I have another one that's maybe even better, but this is a better look. And so you can see all the gold overlay on it. Pure gold, and you see the little the rings here. I think these rings where these can slide in and out and stuff like that. So this is similar to the description that we just read. So here's the cherubs with their wings. So this would be right in here, or maybe even above the wings. I'm not real sure where the Ruach HaKodesh would appear as a light manifestation to them. Okay, that's what he would do when they could only go in here once a year, and when they saw him, he would be looking like a light. It was a light manifestation seen here in the ark, and in the mercy seat. Here's the lid. The lid is different than the ark, right? Here's the carrying poles. Although this thing was really heavy, the ones that carried it, it felt like a feather to them. It wasn't a burden at all to them. All right. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Why do you suppose, I've always been curious about the poles. Why do you suppose they had to be not a part of the, I'm just curious about that, if there was significance.
Yeah, because they were just made to carry. And then, okay, this is a hard one, but if you look at the tablets of stone, they had to carry them, right? Later on, they became inscribed on your heart, and they became, you didn't have to carry them no more because you became them, right? They became part of you, right? And so, in a way, the carrying from place to place when they moved, it was a way for them not to touch it. See, remember, if anybody touched that, they would die. Remember that? We haven't got into all that yet. But, and then so once they got somewhere and they settled, they put up the tabernacle and they put him back in there where he's supposed to be, the ark back in where it was supposed to be. They took those off and to I guess, was a symbolic of a permanent spiritual existence with Yahuwah rather than a temporary, portable, moving experience with him in our temporary bodies. So it would kind of be like take them out. Now it's our immortal bodies, kind of like what Ross was saying. We haven't got there yet, but we'll get there. I don't want to say too much more than that. Go ahead, Phyllis.
It reminds me of the commandment to not touch a dead thing, and not to touch something that has touched a dead thing. It's putting a barrier between us and the dead thing. And so this is kind of the same thing, putting a barrier between us and the ark.
Ross?
So the ark is carnal. They had to see it to believe it. And what we're into now is the Ruach based, where we're not having to see it. We just know it's there.
Yeah, I think temporary and permanent, or flesh
Mm-hmm.
and immortal, it would be a better way of seeing this. JJ?
I just have a question on the whole dead thing, touching dead things. Since I touch dead people when they die, am I like damnation or whatever? Am I going to Sheol?
No,
Okay.
you can't be a priest. You can't be a priest anyway because you're
I was just making sure I was good.
You just have to, you're just unclean until night, and then you take a shower, and then it's like it never happened.
you're supposed to take a shower before night, but yeah, you're supposed to clean yourself, and then once the next day comes, okay, then you're clean. But you can't be a priest anyway, so I wouldn't worry too much about it. Anybody else? June?
This is just something I've never even thought of before. But so we have the command not to make a likeness of or an image of anything that is in the Shamayim. And yet, for the top of this, we have 2 cherubs. So what is that relationship there that I'm not seeing this? So I'm just,
It's Yahuwah letting us know that he's king of the universe. He's king over the mortal and the immortal. He rules all dimensions. It's not you're not bowing down to this idol. It's symbolic of he rules the spiritual realm and he rules over the temporal realm, the carbon copy realm. Both. He's king over both. Okay, that's what it means. But JJ, let me kind of retract here. When I said that you can't be a priest, I'm saying in this temporary world. Okay, once you become his body, one with Yahuwah, you're born again and all that, and off into millennium reign, you will be a priest because there won't be a man and a woman then. Okay?
Yeah, I know women aren't allowed to be. I mean, I know.
Just in this temporary world, not in the next world. The next world, you will be priest. Okay, I just want to make sure you know that.
Yeah, I do. Yes, sir.
Okay. You know that Trish, anyway. Trish. Okay, Ross, go ahead.
It just came to me too about the ark had to be created because they were just coming out of pure paganism in Egypt and seeing all the different idols and everything. So it was probably created to also so that they could see something, and I said that before, but to see it because they carried around those idols over there. They carried around the king over there. They had the king on something that they with rods in it to be able to carry. So this was all to fulfill their carnal way of thinking instead of thinking spiritually with it.
Anybody else? Any thoughts, comments, or questions on that? don't forget that this, what's going on here, okay, is a carbon copy of the original. Everything that he's telling them to make is already in the Shemayim. The tabernacle's up there, the ark's up there, everything's up there, including what? His throne, which is what the lid is, okay, and is where he sits. And what's up there around his throne? Talitha, you know, what's around his throne? Remember the creatures with the wings and the eyes, right? The cherub. They're guarding his throne in the heavens. So this is a copy of what's up in heaven. Okay, so here he is. He appears as a light. There's the cherubs guarding his throne. That's his throne. He's on his mercy seat, the lid of atonement. His throne is a mercy seat. He either gives you mercy or not. He's the king. And the witness against you is in that box, the 10 Commandments. Were you trustworthy, bride, or were you a whore? Which one? So this is a lot of stuff here, and I'm just gonna, I don't want to get too deep yet. Yeah, we just started, but so this is a duplication, if you will, of what is in the heaven. It's a copy. It's a shadow of the original, which is in heaven. That's why he tells them here, make it exactly so. So they have to make it exactly as it appears in heaven. And he's going to show it to Moses. He's going to take Moses. He's going to show him the heaven, what's up there. He's going to tell him, make it exactly like what you see on the mountain. He tells him that. We haven't got there yet. Okay. And so when we see these things, this furniture, these utilities, all this other stuff, we got to remember that we're seeing a copy or a shadow of the original, which is in heaven. So if you remember that, some of this stuff starts clearing up. But absolutely, this is not anything. It's not. We're not bowing down. They're not bowing down and worshiping these images at all. So don't think like that. It really is, like I said, it just shows his supreme rule over the spiritual realm and the temporal realm, both. He's king of both dimensions, the higher dimension and the lower dimension. All right. Any other thoughts, comments, or question?
Yeah. You called it an idol, though, before, didn't you?
I didn't. June said that. You mean call it an idol? Who called it an idol?
I thought I heard it out of your voice, out of your.
Well, me.
Okay.
I would never say that.
Okay. I'm sorry.
No, I didn't call it an idol. No. I said that men have lost their way, got off track, and somewhere along the lines we started putting our trust in possessions and idols, and we need to get back on track and knock it off. I mean, I said that, but never in a million years would I call that lid of the atonement an idol.
I'm sorry.
Any other thoughts?
It was a question, not as an accusation or anything.
Oh, okay. No, I didn't say that. Go ahead, Sandra.
I kind of recall from one of the Tehillims, the Psalm, he dwells between the cherubims. So that's why he's telling him to make those cherubims, because in the Shemayim, he's dwelling between the cherubims.
Right. Yeah, they guard his throne. Exactly. Exactly right. Anybody else?
Actually, he's everywhere.
Yeah, this is all symbolic, isn't it? Comments, thoughts, questions? Okay, so next up is the table of showbread. And we'll go from there. Go ahead then, JJ.
Okay. And that's what I did mean about the box, about what Chance said. I've been told I don't deliver my messages very well. I don't do a lot of things right, but I apologize. That's what I meant, exactly what Chance said. All right. Chapter 23. And you shall make a table of acacia wood, 2 cubits long, a cubit wide, and a cubit and a half high. And you shall overlay it with clean gold, and shall make a molding of gold all around, and shall make for it a rim of handbreadth all around, and shall make a gold molding for a rim all around. And you shall make for it 4 rings of gold, and put 4 rings on the 4 corners that are at its 4 legs. The rings are close to the rim as holders for the poles to lift the table. And you shall make the poles of acacia wood, and overlay them with gold, and the table shall be lifted with them. And you shall make its dishes, and its ladies, and its jars, and its bowls for the pouring. Make them of clean gold, and you shall put the showbread on the table before me continually. And you shall make a lampstand of clean gold. The lampstand is made of beaten work. Its base and its shafts, its cups, its ornamental knobs and blossoms are from it. And 6 branches shall come out of its sides, 3 branches of the lampstand out of one side, and 3 branches of the lampstand out of the other side. 3 cups made like almond flowers on one branch, with ornamental knob and blossom, and 3 cups made like almond flowers on the other branch, with ornamental knob and blossom. So for the 6 branches coming out of the lampstand, and on the lampstand itself are 4 cups made like almond flowers, with ornamental knob and blossom, and a knob under the first 2 branches of the same, and the knob under the second 2 branches of the same, and a knob under the third 2 branches of the same, according to the 6 branches coming out of the lampstand. Their knobs and their branches are of the same, all of it one beaten work of clean gold. And you shall make 7 lamps for it, and they shall mount its lamps so that they give light in front of it. And its snuffers and their trays are of clean gold. It is made of a talent of clean gold with all these utensils. So see and do according to the pattern which was shown to you on the mountain.
Okay. I probably should have stopped you back here in 29, but go back to 29. 23 through 29 is the table of showbread. And I will go ahead and share screen this one. This is the one they have already made by the temple society over there, getting ready to build their 3rd temple. And here it is. This is what they got. So that's the table of showbread. Now there is, let me see if I can find it. Yeah, here it is. Let's see. Hang on just a minute. Okay. So this is the Temple Institute over in Jerusalem. They built all the furniture and utilities, and they got all the priest garments, and they have the menorah. They have everything that they need. They even have the priests picked out from the line of Aaron, and they're training them. They have the red heifers. They have everything they need to put up the third temple. The only thing missing is the third temple. And so they have put out a decree that and told the Israeli government that if they would give them a permit to build the temple, they could have it up and fully running in less than 1 year. And this is the showbread table they have here, already made over there, ready to use. All righty. Now there is another view of this. So let me see if I can find that. Where is that thing, man? Here it is. Let me share screen. Speedy going nuts. Speedy loves it. Okay, so oh wait a minute. That's not it. Let me get rid of that. Hang on a moment. Okay. Let me try that again. Got it. Okay, so this is on the Arch of Titus after 70 AD when they ransacked. Hang on a minute. Let me let Phyllis in. Jerusalem. And this is on the Arch of Titus. And so this shows, the menorah. This is This is the menorah being taken away by the Roman soldiers. This is a shovel. These are shovels. This here, and here is the showbread table. And here's another utilities, and I think these are, I don't know if these are trumpets or part of the showbread table here, right here. This is showing. Here's a leg of it. You can see the leg and the table, and there's some things that go up the side, whatever they are. So they're taking that showbread table away, the menorah, some utility shovels and rakes and things like that. The menorah, which was pure gold, made one. There's no breaks or welds or anything. This was carved completely out of solid block of gold, pure gold. And so that's showing. That's what that is. This is the showbread table here, and the Arch of Titus going into Rome. All righty. Any thoughts, comments, or questions on that one? Oz?
Yeah, just as a reference, here in 38, he is asking to make it. It is made of a talent of clean gold. Although Lou puts talent here, although I was looking in the Hallelujah scriptures, they have it as kikar, which is another unit. Anyway, you're looking at around 75 pounds of gold just to make that. Like just to imagine the amount of gold they were using for all this stuff is like nothing else. And the weight of it, that's crazy. Right?
Yeah.
And this is just for the snuffers and the trays, right? But anyway, you're looking around 75. So I don't know why it's here a talent and the other one they have it as a key car. Two different measures of unit, two different units.
Yeah, let me see here. Let me see. Okay. All right. So the Temple Institute. Okay. All right. So is there any thoughts, comments, or questions on the showbread table showbread before we get into the menorah? Okay. So the table of showbread goes from verse 23 down to 30. So 23 to 30 is the table of showbread. And then from 31 to 40 is the menorah, the lampstand. Okay. And there's one in the temple, the Institute, the Temple Institute in Jerusalem that's made all this stuff and is prepared to get the third temple back running. I'll show you what they've got here. It's under bulletproof glass, and they're displaying it outside of their museum. And this ain't just a museum stuff. This is made to use. As soon as the third temple goes, they're going to take everything out of that museum and move it over to the temple. Okay, this is full size, exactly the way it was told to them to make here that we just read. And here's what they got. Those are their menorah. This was made out of they took a block of gold and they carved all this out of the block of gold. So what did they do with all the extra pieces? Of course, they melted it down, probably made bricks out of it or something else out of it. But anyway, the Temple Institute's gold menorah here weighs half a ton, which is about 1,000 pounds of gold total. Okay. It's made of, they have a bronze core wrapped in a single medium thick sheet of 24 karat gold containing approximately 99 pounds of pure gold. So that's close to what Oz just said. So 99 pounds of pure gold and designed to meet the Torah specifications for the third temple. Okay, so and all in all, it weighs half a ton. It has 100 pounds of 24 karat gold. It's solid bronze support structure and is covered by a single sheet of hammered gold, making it kosher and usable for temple service. It stands in the Jewish quarter of Jerusalem's old city to be ready for use in the rebuilt third holy temple. So there it is. That's what they got. Now, they're saying it's kosher and all this and that, but here it's saying it's supposed to be solid gold. So yeah, about 100 pounds or so of solid gold would have been abused in the original menorah. Okay. Any thoughts, comments, or questions on that? What a talent is, I don't know. Did you look that up, Oz? How much a talent is?
Well, a talent, the way that they have it written here is that a talent and a litra are measures that apply after in the renewed covenant versus the other units. Car, it was from those ages. So a talent is between 57 and 80 pounds. But I guess they more accurately describe it as a unit of kikar, which is 75.4 pounds. Just for the trays and the snuffers. That's a lot of gold.
Yeah, still a lot. 100 pounds of gold is a lot of gold. But like I say, this one, the original was pure gold, solid gold, man. It didn't have any bronze in it, you know. So although they're using the amount of gold they should, and it's all one sheet and hammered and all that, they have that bronze in the middle. Why? Why do you think they did that? Why didn't they just obey Torah? The scripture says it's man can't do it. The Ruach HaKodesh made the first one through those craftsmen. So they can't duplicate something that the Ruach made. All right. Anything else, man? Any other comments, thoughts, or questions on this? Table of showbread or the menorah? Chandra?
I was kind of wondering, because it says see and do according to the pattern, not the actuality. A pattern is just it's not the real thing. So I'm wondering if some of this has any type of metaphoric or figures of speech regarding Yahusha and a type of foreshadow to the indwelling. And the goal is like representing pureness and cleanliness is what I'm kind of like was wondering. Is this more or less what it's about? It's like a shadow. Because remember when Yahusha, it's in Revelation, he had this golden thing wrapped around him and stuff like that. But it's more or less, he's that tent, he's that ark, and he's our covering. It's kind of what I was wondering. Some of this is designed as a type.
So see and do according to the pattern which was shown to you on the mountain. Okay, so when he was up on the mountain, Yahuwah opened up the Shemaim and let Moses see the real original tabernacle in heaven. Okay, and he said, make the things below in the pattern of what you saw on the mountain. So it's not that it's not real. It's just that that's like if I say, Sandra, see this cup? Make me another one exactly like you see this pattern. Exactly. And I don't want I want it exact. Okay, see what I'm saying? And then so you would start making it. Okay, so I didn't want to go here yet, but I'm going to. Go ahead, Talitha.
Yeah, so something that I was thinking or that I've thought about, because every time you read it, it's talking about the pure gold and like thinking about the quantity of gold that was and what kind of like richness that is. And yet, Yahuwah is not about the riches and about these things, so I always like thought about it. But this time reading it, I was realizing or thinking that it deals with the reason everything is made in the gold is I feel is also part of the representation of us, that he is going to take us and refine us like gold. So it's not about the gold itself or the value of, like it is in a sense, but it's more about this kind of metaphor of the refining process, that he's going to take us and change us into, refine us to the purest of gold.
Right.
So then, so I don't know, I feel like what Sandra was saying kind of like works with that too a little bit.
Right, because you can be like a 14 karat gold, which is mixed with other elements. So it's like 24 carats is like the pure gold. So you're being refined from the other elements.
The representation of that. Anyway, I don't know. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, that's true. And it's in Zechariah 13, if you want to go there. Go to Zechariah 13 real quick, page 642. And let's start up here at 6. And who shall say to him, and one shall say to him, what are these wounds in your hands? And he shall say, because I was wounded at home by those who love me. O sword, awaken against my shepherd, against the man who is my companion, declares Yahuwah Sabaoth. Smite the shepherd and let the sheep be scattered, but I shall turn my hand upon the little ones. And it shall be throughout all the soil, and that's humanity, soil. It's just, we're all made of soil, declares Yahuwah, that 2/3 therein are cut off and die. So that's 2/3 of the people will die, cut off and die, thrown into the lake of fire. And 1/3 is left therein. So 1/3 is delivered. And I shall bring the third into fire and refine them as silver is refined, and try them as gold is tried. They shall call on my name, and I shall answer them. Obviously, they'll know his name. I shall say, this is my people, while they say, Yahuwah is my Elohim. And so this, to me, is extremely powerful, but this shows what there's silver and there's gold, but both will be purified. Okay, and so while we're on the earth, we'll be tried like gold is tried. That means all the impurities will be taken out like they did with the menorah. See, the menorah was pure gold. Pure gold means there's no impurities. There's nothing. There's all the byproducts, the impurities, the dross, everything has been removed. It's pure gold. Same with the silver. All the dross has been removed. It's pure silver. Okay. And so at this point, this is showing that there's two levels of humanity. Okay. There's the priest line, the line of the gold line, and then silver is the rest of everybody, the other flock, if you will, that will be delivered. But notice they're all going to be purified and be pure silver and pure gold. Okay. Showing that they're going to be without sin. They're going to be cleaned up, purified. And then this is on the earth. And then he comes in and he immerses us with his Ruach HaKodesh. And then he continues to purify us with his light. So his light from within purifies us, so that we're just clean as a whistle, man, time it gets over with. And then the ratio of 1/3 to 2/3 is very humbling. It really is. So twice as many people be thrown in the lake of fire that's going to be brought into eternal reign. And that's sad. And it's humbling all at the same time, really. Okay. So I hope that, solidifies what you were saying there, Talitha. And I wasn't going to go here yet, but I'm going to. Go ahead, Ross.
There's other places, though, in the scripture. There's another place that says 1/4 will be left. And there's like 3 different places, because I had done a study on it about 3 or 4 years back.
I'll show it. It's probably in different contexts.
Yeah.
Can you find it and show it to me?
Yeah, I will.
Okay. Yeah, we need to see the context of what you're saying.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Sandra. Sandra?
With that said, that kind of reminds me of, he gave Yeketsko a design of the latter-day temple too. And he talks about the temple I think it's in Revelation chapter 21. And
Whoa.
the fact that
Whoa. It's you're talking about Ezekiel 40 through 48. Revelation 1, there is no temple. Yahuwah is
right. So
what's the difference? What's the difference? Ezekiel 40 through 48 is the temple, is the millennium temple. Revelations 21 is what? The eternal temple. So what's the difference? Yeah, there's no temple there. So what's the difference?
The difference is one is spiritual and the other one is fleshly.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
So I was gonna add that. Remember when Yahushua was saying I think it's in Yehukanan 14, he said, there are many rooms in my Father's mansion. and I go there to prepare a place for you. So these.
Oh, you turn your mic off. Your mic's off.
So it like reminds me that these intricate details of this first temple and design is basically him training them on how to rebuild them into his perfection. I'm kind of getting that. It's like instruction. Here are every minor detail I need you to follow.
Yeah, but they're not getting it. They don't know all that.
Oh, okay.
We do. They don't.
It kind of went along with your message last night.
And I didn't plan it. I won't even tell you. It's kind of embarrassing, but I didn't even wake up till about 7 o'clock. I took a nap. And I jumped up and said, "Oh, what am I going to do?" And Yahuwah just started throwing that all out there. It was coming from him. I wasn't even going to go on because I didn't know what to do. Go ahead, Talitha.
Yeah, so after you reading that part, it just makes you think of the menorah that they have now, and the center is, what did you say it was? Copper or bronze?
What? Oh, bronze?
Yeah, and so then it's like, I don't know, like symbolically that could be like the center or the column of the menorah that they made now is like of sin, and then they just covered it up with the gold.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
So like, yeah. I don't know. It just shows that it's like it's the copycat version.
Yeah. Seems to be a forgery, doesn't it? In some way. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Anybody else?
Like the sheep dressed in wolves' clothing. Oh no, wolves dressed in sheep's clothing. Sorry.
Yeah, they're hiding something, aren't they? Yeah, I mean, obviously, this third temple that's going to be erected is a forgery. It's really a temple of Satan. Everybody says it's going. They say it's going to be the temple of Yahuwah, the third temple, but really, it's covered. It's covered up as what it really is. It's going to be the Antichrist's throne, his temple. He's going to be pretending like he's Yahuwah. He gets the ultimate chance because he's a copycat. He copycats everything Yahuwah does, right? So he's going to get the last opportunity to pretend like he's Yahuwah and act like he's Yahuwah. He was going to allow him to do that for a very short time. Phyllis?
Could that be another type of what causes desolation sitting in the set apart place, even though it's not set apart, but could it be a type of when he comes to sit in that place? I can't think of the word. The abomination that causes desolation.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's more than one, but he's the one that Yahusha was talking about was he specifically described it as the one Daniel said. Okay, and so if we go back and read Daniel's, it's all about Antiochus IV going in there and putting up a statue of Zeus and sacrificing pig on an altar to Zeus and all this other garbage, and so that is it's going to be the fulfillment or the reality of that. So the foreshadow was in Daniel with the Greek leader there. But the reality is going to be the Antichrist. And there's other, abominations of desolation for sure. But the one in Daniel is the abomination that lays waste, is what he says. All right. So there's a difference there. Abomination that lays waste and abomination of desolation can be two different things. It can be called the same thing alternately, and it wouldn't be wrong because that's we got to say what does desolation mean, or abomination mean, and what's desolation mean, right? And so if we, look all that up and everything, we'll see that they're very similar. The desolation, abomination of desolation, and the abomination that lays waste, the same, pretty close to the same. All right. Anybody else? So far here, we're he's mainly talking about the furniture. This is what they call the furniture, or the utilities, if you will. And utilities, because there's tools. All the furniture has tools. And they've made all them too. I mean, there's all kinds of tools. I don't know if I got any pictures of all the tools, and I have some. I'll show you one. Amen. So let's see here. So this is the incense chalice and the coal shovel for the altar. Okay. So this is what they mean by tools or utilities. And they have these made already too. So here they are, according to Torah. You can look all this up on their website too. It's called the Temple Institute, and it's in Jerusalem. Okay, so somebody tell me a little bit about the menorah. What do you know about the menorah? This is an important piece of furniture here. Anybody want to tell us about the menorah?
Boy, if that ain't a loaded question. Just kidding.
Well, the menorah is seen as, by some, as the tree of life, because it has the branches there, 7 branches, the tree of life. It's also the light of the world. It's also Yahusha, symbolic of Yahusha, and it even has 7 branches, and his name has 7 letters for each branch. It represents the 7 columns, which are the 7 days of the week. It could even represent the 7 thunders in the future, which will be the new 7 days of the week. Or it could be the 7 appointed times. It's like Lou likes to label them that way, right? Everybody probably has his card, right, that shows that. Anybody else can think anything else it represents? It's a lot, isn't it? The menorah was to be lit 360, right? All year long. Never to go out. It had to keep being lit. Anybody know where the menorah was placed? It's inside of the tabernacle, right? To the left, right before you went into the Holy of Holies. So it can be seen as a lot of things. So it's an important piece of furniture, really. All right. Who wants to take us into 26. Now, chapter 26, the entire chapter is about the tabernacle itself, the tent. Okay. And so far it's been about furniture. Now it's about the tabernacle itself, the house, if you will, the starter home. Anybody want to read it? Who wants to read that one? Sandra, go ahead.
I like how you call it the house, the starter home.
Yeah. Think about it, man. Makes a lot
Good
of sense.
analogy.
Yeah.
Shemoth, Exodus chapter 26, verse 1. And make the dwelling place with 10 curtains of fine woven linen and blue and purple and scarlet material. Make them with cherubim, the work of a skilled workman. The length of each curtain is 28 cubits. The width of each curtain, 4 cubits. All curtains having one measure. 5 curtains are joined to each other, and 5 curtains are joined to each other. And you shall make loops of blue on the edge and of the end curtain on one set, and do the same on the edge of the end curtain of the second set. Make 50 loops in one curtain and make 50 loops on the edge of the end curtain of the second set, the loops being opposite to each other. And you shall make 50 hooks of gold and shall join the curtains together with the hooks, and the dwelling place shall be one. And you shall make curtains of goat's hair for a tent over the dwelling place. Make 11 curtains. The length of each curtain is 30 cubits. The width of each curtain, 4 cubits. One measure to the 11 curtains. And you shall join the 5 curtains by themselves, and the 6 curtains by themselves, and you shall double over the 6 curtains at the front of the tent. And you shall make 50 loops on the edge of the curtain that is outermost in one set, and 50 loops on the edge of the curtain of the second set. And you shall make 50 bronze hooks and put the hooks into the loops and join the tent together, and it shall be one. And the overlapping part of the rest of the curtains of the tent, the half curtain that remains, shall hang over the back of the dwelling place, and a cubit on one side and a cubit on the other side. Of what remains of the length of the curtains of the tent is to hang over the sides of the dwelling place on this side and on that side to cover it. And you shall make a covering of ram skins dyed red for the tent, and a covering of fine leather above that. And for the dwelling place, you shall make the boards of acacia wood and standing up. 10 cubits is the length of a board, a cubit and a half the width of each board, 2 tendons in each board for binding one to another. Do the same for all boards of the dwelling place. And you shall make the boards for the dwelling place, 20 boards for the south side, and make 40 sockets of silver under the 20 boards, 2 sockets under each of the boards for its 2 tendons. And for the second side of the dwelling place, on the north side, 20 boards, and there 40 sockets of silver, 2 sockets under each of the boards for the extreme parts of the dwelling place westward. Make 6 boards. Make 2 boards for the 2 back corners of the dwelling place, and they are double beneath and similar. They are complete to the top to the one ring. So it is for both of them. They are for the 2 corners, and they shall be 8 boards, and their sockets of silver, 16 sockets, 2 sockets under the one board, 2 sockets under the other board. And you shall make bars of acacia wood, 5 for the boards on one side of the dwelling place, and 5 bars for the boards on the other side of the dwelling place, and 5 bars for the boards of the side of the dwelling place for the extreme parts westward, with the middle bar in the midst of the boards, going through from end to end, and overlay the boards with gold, and make their rings of gold as holders for the bars, and overlay the bars with gold. And you shall raise up the dwelling place according to its pattern, which you were shown on the mountain. And you shall make a veil of blue and purple and scarlet material, and fine woven linen, and the work of a skilled workman made with cherubim. And you shall put it on the 4 columns of acacia wood overlaid with gold, their hooks of gold upon 4 sockets of gold. And you shall hang the veil from the hooks, and shall bring the ark of the witness there behind the veil. And the veil shall make a separation for you between the set apart and most set apart place. And you shall put the lid of atonement upon the ark of the witness in the most set apart place. And you shall set the table outside the veil, and the lampstand opposite the table on the side of the dwelling place toward the south, and put the table on the north side. And you shall make a covering for the door of the tent of blue and purple and scarlet material, fine woven linen made by a weaver. And you shall make for the covering 5 columns of acacia wood, and overlay them with gold, their hooks of gold. And you shall cast 5 sockets of bronze for them.
Okay. All right, Sandra. Okay, and so that was the tabernacle, or the house, the starter home, if you will. So let me see if I can show you anything at all here on that. Yeah, I got a few pictures here.
So did they have electricity there? Is why they had sockets?
Yeah. Yeah, they did. They had light energy from Yahuwah. He lighted it up, man. Free electricity. Hang on a minute. Let me see. Now, a socket is like say, a female plug. A socket, if something goes into the socket. Let me see. Okay, so here is a rough picture of what the outside of it looked like, if you will. And they had to tear all this down and set all this up. And so this would have been the outdoor altar. Yeah, and then this would have been the wash basin here, and the courtyards. Then they'd go in. Here's a column of smoke, the presence of Yahuwah here. Back here by where the Holy of Holies is, all the way back to the back. And there was a veil in front of it. So that's kind of like what, we can get a vision of what the outside of it looked like. Of course, the children of Israel camped all around it in tents. They were also living in a temporary place. A lot of people don't stop and think about that. It wasn't just the children of Israel living in temporary tents, was it? Yahuwah himself also did live in a temporary shelter. It's what this tabernacle was. Let's see. Oh, here's one. Okay, this kind of shows the inside of it. It's not great, but it's all I got right now.
So is this the same temple that was at Shiloh? Sheila, that first place?
This was
How-
what they used all the way until King David built that. I mean, Solomon built it.
It kind of reminds me of that one in Shiloh that he had destroyed because of Ali and his sons before Shemoth came forth. Remember, they had a temple at Shiloh that Yahuwah destroyed.
Yeah, I vaguely remember what you're talking about. I'd have to reread, brush up on it to understand it in context. But here, look at this. So here's the tabernacle this portable one that they had, and the entrance here would always face east. Why?
Is East good?
Yeah, that's toward Jerusalem. That's why.
Okay.
All right, so this is where we just read about it. Okay, and I'm gonna blow this up a little bit so we can see it. So this would be the bronze altar for the burnt offerings here, the outdoor altar. And then here's the bronze basin for water for the priests to use to wash before they go in. And the courtyard, 46 meters long, 23 meters wide. The golden lampstand was right there to the left as you walked in. The golden table for the bread was on directly across there from it. The altar of incense right there in front of the veil. The Ark of the Covenant was way back here in the back center behind this cloth veil in front of the Holy of Holies here. And then let's see. The fence was made of white linen. It was 2.3 meters high. There was only one gate. Only one gate into the courtyard. Anybody know why there was only one gate? That's pretty much symbolic of Yahusha, isn't it? Only one gate, man, into the rain. So that's kind of a cutaway of it. Give you, we can see the inside and the outside. Go ahead, Roz.
The ark symbolized that too, then. I mean, the Noah's Ark. It only had the one entrance in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Exactly. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions on this tabernacle, this temporary dwelling place of Yahuwah, starter home for him and his wife? Notice the priest line or the ones living in there with him, basically. Sandra?
So I have a question. So this is kind of like, okay, Noah's Ark had 3 levels, and Yahuwah has the Shamayim, and the Shamayim above the Shamayim. He's above all, because remember Paul was talking about that. But then these tabernacles, like this is the 3rd tabernacle, the first one, and then Shalomus was the 2nd Blessed Tabernacle, and that one, that the one in 70 AD, I think the one that came down, that was like the 3rd tabernacle that had been built. Wow. Sort of like a little comparison there on the 3 levels, 3 steps on Yahuwah's process to building the permanent temple that's going to come in the end times, is what I'm kind of getting. Practicing
Yeah. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions on the tabernacle or anything else? What's going on here? Okay. Have they started building it yet? Yeah. They're just getting instructions on how to build it.
Laying out the blueprints. It's laying out the blueprints.
All right. They're getting the blueprint. Okay. So very interesting. 27 goes into the altar, the outdoor altar for burnt offerings, and it talks about the courtyard and the priestly garments. Who wants to read it? I mean, it actually continues on even into 28. Matter of fact, it goes, 27. It actually started there in 27:9, and it goes all the way. The courtyard and priestly garments, that is. It goes all the way up to the end of the chapter, actually. So who wants to read 27? Go ahead, Joe.
27:1. And you shall make an altar of acacia wood, 5 cubits long and 5 cubits wide. The altar is square, its height 3 cubits. And you shall make its horns on its 4 corners. Its horns are of the same. And you shall overlay it with bronze. And you shall make its pots to receive its ashes, and its shovels, and its basins, and its forks, and its fire holders. Make all its utensils of bronze. And you shall make a grating for it, a bronze network, and shall make on the network 4 bronze rings at its 4 corners, and shall put it under the rim of the altar beneath, so that the network is halfway up the altar. And you shall make poles for the altar, poles of acacia wood, and shall overlay them with bronze. And the poles shall be put in the rings, and the poles shall be on the 2 sides of the altar for lifting it. Make it hollow with boards, as it was shown to you on the mountain, so they are to make it. And you shall make the courtyard of the dwelling place, for the south side screens for the courtyard made of fine.
Okay, stop. Okay, so 1 through 8 is the altar of burnt offerings, the outdoor altar. And let me kind of show you a picture of this. All right, so here it is. All right, so it's right here in the front. You can see it's a square bronze. You see the horns coming off the 4 corners. It's a square bronze here. It's got the 4 corners has horns. You all see the horns. And then here's the utensils that are laying there for the ashes and all that. And then you can see the wood coming through these rings in order to carry it. And so they had to actually carry this too. All this had to be packed up and carried from place to place. And there's the basin, of course, and then, the entrance into this curtain into the tabernacle, and all the way to the back there was another veil, and of course then the Ark of the Covenant was back there. This is really good here. This is a nice model of the actual tabernacle. It looks pretty close to everything we just read, doesn't it? Wow. Can you imagine the labor tearing that thing down, moving it, putting it back up? Who had to do that? Who was designated to do that? the Levites. The Levites had to do it. Go, Sandra.
So, why do you think he used acacia wood to overlay it with gold? Do you think other woods would not sustain being overlaid with gold?
Yeah. Yeah, it was a hard, long-lasting wood, and I think that even insects didn't even bother with it. I'll look it up. I looked that up a long time ago, and I can't remember exactly what it said. It's highly valued hardwood, known for its unique blend of strength, beauty, durability, and sustainability, making it excellent for furniture, flooring, and decorated items. Historically holding religious significance, like in the Ark of the Covenant, due to its natural resistance to rot and insects. Plus, it's a food source for animals and symbolizes immortality in some religious traditions. So, yeah, there you go, man. So it was durable, water resistant, insect resistant, uniquely beautiful, sustainable, and versatile. And it's also a food source. A vital food source, produces leaves, flowers, and pods for animals to eat, especially giraffes. And it's also medicine. Seeds and leaves have traditionally had medical uses, and extracts are used in perfumes as well. Okay, so there you go. Anything else? Thoughts, comments, questions?
Thank you. You learned me something.
Well, all steam to Yahusha, sister. All righty, so that's the altar of the burnt offerings, the outdoor altar. Notice Yahuwah never authorized an indoor altar. So where are all the religious sects altars? They're always indoor altars, aren't they? Who did that? Oh, that was paganism. So an indoor altar has its origins from paganism. They did indoor altars. Hebrew never allowed an indoor altar. It had to be outdoors. Okay, so I know some people call the incense altar and indoor altar and all that kind of stuff, but they didn't do any burnt offerings on that thing, man. Okay. They just used incense on it. And it was authorized by Yahuwah to do so, but it was never an altar that people gathered around and sacrificed and worshiped, Yahuwah. They never did that to the incense altar. The pagans do it to their indoor altars, though. So there's a big difference there. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? Okay, Joe, let's continue.
27:9. And you shall make the courtyard of the dwelling place. Does that sound vibrant?
Hands of
You
feet.
sound real loud. Yeah. You sound real loud. I mean, you're.
And you shall make the courtyard dwelling place for the south side screens for the courtyard made of fine woven linen, 100 cubits long for one side, and its 20 columns and their 20 sockets of bronze, the hooks of the columns and their bands of silver. And so for the north side in length, screens 100 cubits long, and its 20 columns and their 20 sockets of bronze, and the hooks of the columns and their bands of silver. And the width of the courtyard on the west side screens of 50 cubits, and there are 10 columns and there are 10 sockets. And the width of the courtyard on the east side, 50 cubits. And the screens on one side of the gate, 15 cubits. with their 3 columns and their 3 sockets. And on the other side, screens of 15 cubits and their 3 columns and their 3 sockets. And for the gate of the courtyard, a covering 20 cubits long of blue and purple and scarlet, and fine woven linen made by a weaver, 4 columns and 4 sockets. All the columns around the courtyard have bands of silver, their hooks silver, and their sockets bronze. The length of the courtyard is 100 cubits, and the width 50 by 50, and the height 5 cubits, woven of fine linen thread, and its sockets of bronze. All the utensils of the dwelling place for all its service, all its pegs, and all the pegs of the courtyard are bronze. And you are to command the children of Israel to bring you clear oil of pressed olives for the light, to cause the lamp to burn continually. In the tent of meetings, outside the veil, which is before the witness, Aaron and his sons are to trend it from evening until morning before Yahuwah, a law forever to their generations from the children of Israel.
You mind to keep reading, Joe? This is it keeps going. It's the same thing. It's about the courtyard. We're reading about the courtyard, and then here in a little bit we're going to get into the priestly garments. So would you mind continue to read there?
You got me on?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. 28. And you bring near Aaron your brother and his sons with him from among the children of Israel, for serving as the priest to me. Aaron, Nadab, Abihu, Eleazar, Hithamar, the sons of Aaron. And you shall make set apart garments for Aaron your brother, for esteem and for comeliness. And you speak to all the wise of heart, whom I have filled with a ruach of wisdom, and they shall make the garments of Aaron to set him apart, for him to serve as priest to me. And these are the garments which they make: a breastplate, a shoulder garment, a tunic, an embroidered long shirt, a turban, and a girdle. And they shall make set apart garments for Aaron your brother and his sons, for him to serve as priest to me. And they shall take the gold and the blue and the purple and the scarlet material and the fine linen, and shall make the shoulder garment of gold, of purple, blue and purple and scarlet material, and fine woven linen, the work of a skilled workman. It is to have 2 shoulder pieces joined at its 2 edges, and so it is joined together. And the embroidered band of the shoulder garment, which is on it, is of the same workmanship, made of gold, of blue and purple and scarlet material, and fine linen, woven linen. And you shall take 2 shoham stones, and engrave on them the names of the sons of Israel, 6 of their names on one stone, and the remaining 6 names on the other stone, according to their birth, with the work of an engraver in stone, like the engravings of a signet. Engrave the 2 stones with the names of the sons of Israel. Set them in settings of gold. And you shall put the 2 stones on the shoulder pieces of the shoulder garment as stones of remembrance for the sons of Israel. And Aaron shall bear their names before Yahuwah on his 2 shoulders for a remembrance. And you shall make settings of gold, and 2 chains of clean gold, like braided cords, and fasten the braided chains to the settings. And you shall make a breastplate of right ruling, a work of a skilled workman, like the work of the shoulder garment. Make it of gold, of blue and purple and scarlet material, and fine woven linen. It is square, doubled, a span its length and a span its width. And you shall put settings of stones in it, 4 rows of stones. The first row is a ruby, a topaz, and an emerald. The second row is a turquoise, a sapphire, and a diamond. And the third row is a, how you say that? Jacinth, and a gate and an amethyst. And the fourth row is a beryl, and a shoham, and a jasper. They are set in gold settings. And the stones are according to the names of the sons of Israel, 12 according to their names, like the engravings of a signet, each one with its own name for the 12 tribes. And you shall make braided chains of corded work for the breastplate at the end of clean gold. And you shall make 2 rings of gold for the breastplate, and shall put the 2 rings on the 2 ends of the breastplate. And you shall put the 2 cords of gold in the 2 rings which are on the ends of the breastplate. And the other 2 ends of the cords you fasten to the 2 settings, and put them on the shoulder pieces of the shoulder garment in the front. And you shall make 2 rings of gold, and shall put them on the 2 ends of the breastplate, on the edge of it, which is on the inner side of the shoulder garment. And you shall make 2 rings of gold, and put them on the 2 shoulder pieces, underneath the shoulder garment, on the front of it, close to the seam above the embroidered band of the shoulder garment. And they bind the breastplate by means of its rings to the rings of the shoulder garment, using a blue cord, so that it is above the embroidered band of the shoulder garment, so that the breastplate does not come loose from the shoulder garment. And Aaron shall bear the names of the sons of Israel on the breastplate of right ruling over his heart, when he goes into the set apart place, for a remembrance before Yahuwah continually. And into the breastplate of right ruling you shall put the Urim and the Thummim, and they shall be on the heart of Aaron when he goes in before Yahuwah. And Aaron shall bear the right ruling of the children of Israel on his heart before Yahuwah continually. And you shall make the robe of the shoulder garment all of blue, and the opening for his head shall be in the middle of it, a woven binding all around its opening, like the opening in a scaled armor, so that it does not tear. And on its hem you shall make pomegranates, blue, purple, pomegranates of blue and purple and scarlet material, all around its hem, and bells of gold between them all around. A golden bell and a pomegranate. How you say that again?
Pomegranate.
Pomegranate, yeah. A golden bell and a pomegranate on the hem of the robe all around. And it shall be upon Aaron to attend in. And its sound shall be heard when he goes into the set apart place before Yahuwah, and when he comes out, so that he does not die. And you shall make a plate of clean gold and engrave on it like the engraving of a signet, Kodesh to Yahuwah. And you shall put it on a blue cord, and it shall be on the turban, and it is to be on the front of the turban, and it shall be on the forehead of Aaron. And Aaron shall bear the guilt of the set apart gifts, which the children of Israel set apart in all their set apart gifts. And it shall always be on his forehead for acceptance for them before Yahuwah.
Okay, hang on a minute. All right, I'll give you a breather. All right, so obviously it was about the courtyard. Now it's about the priestly garment here, right? And so from this point on, that's what it's talking about. But I wanted to stop you here in chapter 36, 37, and 38. It talks about the headpiece that the high priest will wear. And it's made make a plate of clean gold, that's pure gold, and engrave on it like the engraving of a signet, a Kadesh to Yahuwah, and you shall put it on a blue cord, and it shall be on a turban. It is to be on the front of the turban, so you're going to put this gold plate on the front of the turban. It shall be on the forehead of Aaron, and Aaron shall bear the guilt of the set apart gifts which the children of Israel set apart, and all their set apart gifts, and it shall always be on his forehead for acceptance for them, for Yahuwah. Okay, so what this is telling us is the name of Yahuwah was on this gold plate attached to the front of the turban, right? That's what it says. And so, is there any historical evidence of what name was actually written on this plate of pure gold? And Phyllis?
I believe Josephus reported it in his history book.
He did. And it is in his history book. So I'm going to read that to you here real quick so you can see or hear what he says. Just a second. Yeah. All right. So it says here in the Wars of the Jews, Flavius Josephus, chapter 5, book 5, page 226. It would be in 7. So paragraph 7. And it says, a mitre also of fine linen encompassed his head, which was tied by a blue ribbon, about which there was another golden crown, in which was engraved the sacred name. It consists of 4 vowels. That's what he says. And I'll let you see it yourself. It's right down there. All righty. And so he was a 1st century general of the Israeli army, and he was also a renowned historian, and he wrote a lot of different books about Israel, Jerusalem, the Romans, the sacking of the Second Temple, and all kinds of stuff. He describes Jerusalem, he describes the temple area, the priest's garments, and everything. So if you don't have that, it's a really good book to read. It's not exciting, but it's not real boring either. So yeah, you may want to get it if you don't have it. It looks like this. It's a good addition to your library, really. Okay, so 4 vowels. So what are the 4 vowels? Well, these would have been Hebrew scriptural texts, but these were. He doesn't really say that they were written in Paleo Hebrew, but they may have been. There is a good possibility of that. And if they were, then we know what it would be: Yod, Hey, Ua, Hey, which would be vowels. But what do the controllers try to brainwash everybody with? Oh, there's no such thing as a vowel in Hebrew text. The Hebrew text doesn't have vowels. That's silliness. Yes, they do have vowels. And the way we can convince ourselves of that is if you look at in the Latin script that we use, if we look at it as Yod is a Y, right? So when we say Y, what are you hearing? Y. I. You're hearing an I, aren't you? Well, the I is a vowel. So there now Yod, Hey. So if we say H, what are we hearing? H. We hear A, don't we? That's a vowel. How about ooh, ooh, that's a vowel. We're hearing the ooh, the U. And then, of course, the H on the end is an A. So there we are. There's 4 vowels. We can hear them. Matter of fact, if we use the short, ah, u, ha, u, ah. We can pronounce his name. See, the Hebrew don't have capital letters and short letters. They just have a letter. Okay, and so if we sound that out using the small letters in there, we would be ah, e, u, right? Ya, ah, u, ah. We can hear his name just by using the short vowels, right? Yeah, we can. So, any thoughts, comments, questions, Sandra?
I was also going to add to what you're saying. The Urim and the Thummim, that means the light and the perfection. And
What's that?
also, Urim means light and Thummim means perfection. And I wanted to point out, notice that these stones a lot of times have been copied and used for divination and witchcraft. And remember when he talked about Halal or Shaitan in Yashayahu chapter 14, how he had all the stones and things. So just because they are being used for evil does not make them evil, is what I wanted to point out. Because a lot of diviners and spiritists and stuff use these stones, and they are communicating. When they use them, they are communicating with wicked ruach, but the stones themselves do not have any life in them. Remember that. It's like El versus Al. El is a clean Hebrew word, but some people that are false, and I think in Kabbalism or something like that, have used El for witchcraft. That just because they take something from that's good and use it for evil, don't make it itself wrong, is all I want to say.
Yeah, what's interesting to me is 33. And on its hem you shall make pomegranates of blue and purple and scarlet material all around its hem, and bells of gold between them all around. And then it goes and says in 35, and it shall be upon Aaron to attend in, and its sound shall be heard when he goes into the set apart place before Yahuwah, and when he comes out, so that he does not die. What do you think that is? What's with the bells and the pomegranates going in there, and so Yahuwah hears them, so Aaron does not die. Why?
Well, the bells was for the sound. The pomegranates was chosen because they have many, many seeds in them.
You ever eat one? You ever have
them? Yes, I love them.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of seeds in them, man.
A whole lot of seeds.
Yeah.
But that's what we looked up one time, that the reason why they chose a pomegranate because of their seeds and the multiplication. He's going to multiply his seed. But the golden bells was so that they could hear him moving, that he hadn't dropped dead. So they would put a rope around him there and pull him out if they didn't hear them bells.
Yeah, and I think it was also too to keep the priest's mind on Yahuwah. It's the bells ringing. It was to remind him what he was doing, who he was getting ready to go in the presence of, and who he was leaving. I mean, I wouldn't say 100%, but I'd say 99.99% that when they went in, they backed out. They didn't turn around and put their backside to Yahuwah. You know what I'm saying? They walked in facing him. They walked out facing him. Is my guess.
And those bells is a good example of how paganism does sun worshiping with the gong and all of that. So they looked upon what Yahuwah did and tried to. That's Satan being a copycat. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's probably where the controllers got the bell thing. But really, the bell thing is paganism. It comes from paganism, really. But yeah, I can see what you're saying there. Probably had some type of influence because Satan's such a copycat. Okay, let me show you the garment here now. So here's the high priest's garments. This kind of, it's not exact, but it's a pretty good drawing of it all, really. And so you see up here would be the plate of pure gold with Yahuwah's name, Kadesh to Yahuwah, written on it. This is what Josephus saw when he described it as 4 vowels. A linen turban. Here's that collar that stood up like armor so it wouldn't tear. And then the shoulders, he wore the stones of all the tribes, because it says he would bear the names of the sons of Israel on the breastplate and on his heart, but also here on his shoulders, he carries all the tribes on his shoulders, meaning that the high priest represented. He was the representation of the people to Yahuwah, man. So what is this foreshadowing? What is this whole thing foreshadowing here? I mean, the breastplate, the turban, here's the stiff collar, the rocks up here and the stones on top, the breastplate with the stones of the tribes and all this. What's this whole thing? Here's the pomegranates and the golden bells on the hem. Checkered linen coat, linen breeches underneath for his Gentiles wouldn't touch the robe, chains of gold, 4 rows of stones. What's all this mean? Breastplate of judgment. What's this foreshadowing? Sandra?
I might not be right, but I'm thinking about being armed in the full armor of Yahushua HaMashiach, like it talks about in Ephesians chapter 6.
Yeah.
The whole armor.
Exactly.
On your armor.
So the whole armor of Yahuwah is Yahusha. And so this is a foreshadowing Yahusha here, our high priest, and under the order of Melchizedek.
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up. I got a question. Melchizedek in Barashit, where he met Abraham, that was actually Yahuwah, wasn't it? That was Yahuwah in one of his, I don't know if you call him a theophany, but that was Yahusha that met Abraham. And that's because that's why it talks about it in Hebrews chapter 7 and 8.
Of course, yes.
But there was no covenant made there. It was just an offering. Someone had told me that might be a covenant. And I'm like, something wrong with that picture.
I don't see any covenant there was made, but I'd have to review it. I haven't studied that in years, but yeah, I don't see one there. I see it as an offering, meaning that he was worshiping him. And so then we know that since the worship was allowed, that it was Yahuwah. Absolutely was. Okay. Chance?
I like up here in 27:20. And you are to command the children of Yashrael to bring you clear oil of pressed olives for the light, to cause the lamp to burn continuously. Who, if this isn't really deep here? So, to keep that light burning continuously, is like we're commanded to keep this thing burning. When we were immersed with the Ruach HaKadosh and fire, do not quench the Ruach. You walk in obedience. This is that oil. You keep that menorah burning. Bring that oil to him. So I got hit hard with that one. I sat and kind of listened to that one for a little bit, but that's what came to me, is you command the children of Yashrael, the commands, obey the commands, to bring you clear oil, clear oil. keep that fire burning, them offerings coming continuously. I don't know, that's good stuff.
Yeah, they were commanded to keep the menorah burning continuously. There was also a continuous offering, a burnt offering that had to be continuously burnt, even on the Sabbath. Did you know every day had its own offering, even the Sabbath? And then they had a continuous burnt offering that had to continue to burn all year long. It could never go out. And the menorah the same. It was continuous. It could not go out. It was not allowed to go out. We'll get into all that as we continue on the Torah study. Go ahead, Grandma Phyllis.
This might be backing up a little bit, but the showbread, I was waiting to see how they were supposed to prepare the showbread. Did they keep it fresh, or did the spirit of Yahushua keep it fresh? Or did they have to keep doing it?
Absolutely, Yahuwah kept it fresh. So they had to replace it. We'll get there as we read Torah, but they made it under special ingredients that Yahuwah gave them. Only a certain family was allowed to make it, and they had to replace it, I think, every 7 days, if I'm not mistaken. We'll get into it, but after that 7 days, they would put new bread out, and then the priests would eat the old bread. Only the priests were allowed to eat it. Okay, and then we read that King Daud and his men were starving, and they went into the temple and ate the show bread. Remember, Yahusha talked about that, but they weren't allowed to. But that just shows you that when it comes to life and death, you're allowed to do a good, which would maintain life. Is a good thing, right? And we'll get into all that, man. I don't want to jump too far ahead, but yeah, that's coming. We're going to study a lot about that. Remember, this is we're just getting the instructions here. This is the blueprint. Nothing's happened yet. The rest of the Exodus is all about this. That's all it's about. And from here on out, man. Go ahead, Sandra.
I noticed that he said continually while the offerings were required. He didn't say everlasting about them. And these are some of the laws that would have been outside of the Ark of the Covenant.
Well, it does say everlasting, where Chance was talking about. Are you talking about what Chance? Yeah.
I would just say the burnt offering, because he fulfilled most of that during their appointed time. So these are just like training us until they come into fruition, right?
Yeah, I mean, when it gets going, it hasn't gotten going yet, so I don't want to get there yet, but yes, it's training the children of Israel, or it's exposing, it's showing that this is the shadow of the reality that's going to come, and so the spiritual explanation is the reality, where this is just the shadow of it. Yeah.
That what Chance read reminds you of that 23rd Psalm. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Thou preparest a table before me. That's what kind of like struck me when he pointed that out.
Yeah. In the tent of meeting outside the veil, which is before the witness, Aaron and his sons are to tend it from evening until morning before Yahuwah, a law forever to their generations from the children of Israel.
So that's why Yahushua said, we are the light of the world. And if a light has lost its what? It's therefore good for nothing but to be trodden under the foot of men.
Yeah. What's the witness? Outside the veil, which is before the witness. What's that? Anybody? Ten Commandments. Tablets of stone. The Ark. Okay. Is there anything else I wanted to talk about on this? I think that was it, really. Here's another little. Let me see. No, I don't like that one. Let me show you one thing, though, before we move on from here. Okay, speaking of the Temple Institute, okay, they have the priestly garments ready to roll. And here's a few of them. Here they are practicing. So they're wearing their priestly garments. These are the Levites. They're wearing their priestly garments, and they're blowing their silver trumpets, and they're practicing for where they did the atonement with the goats. They're doing that. So Day of Atonement. So they're not just sitting around, they're practicing as they're waiting on that third temple to get authorized over there. This is something they're really doing, man. I mean, they're ready. And okay, so here I'll show you this one, then we'll get moving. So in the Temple Institute, they have, like the high priest, he only wore that garment once a year. He didn't wear it all the time, just once a year. What day did he wear it? Does anybody know? What day did the priest once a year went into the Holy of Holies in this? And then he had to wear this garment, but then he had to take it off and do some other stuff. But what day? Roz.
Was it Day of Atonement?
The Day of Atonement. Okay, so here it is. So see, they have it going on. This is in their museum, but it's ready to use. So here they got the high priest garment here. This is the altar of incense. Right here, they have that. And then here's the priestly, the Levite garment. I think, wait a minute, I think this is the high priest garment he wears on Day of Atonement. And then when he goes into the Holy Holies, this is what he looks like right here. He has to take that off and he has to look like this, if I ain't mistaken. So this would be both his garments, both the high priest garments. Day of Atonement, and then this is what he looks like when he goes into the Holy of Holies. But this is the altar of incense. So they're ready to go. They got everything they need. They just need to build that temple. Any thoughts, comments, or questions? Phyllis.
Just a comment that the pagan priests, the priests of Baal, they wore black robes, and Yahuwah's priests wore white robes.
You're right. Let me see. I don't know if I thought I had it. What did I do with that thing? Now it's not here. Let me look up here. I don't know where it's at. Does anybody got any thoughts, comments, or questions while I'm looking at this? Nobody? Come on, somebody's got to help me here. What's all this mean? All this stuff that he's telling them to build all this stuff and make all this stuff. Why? Why is he doing all that? What's the point? Anybody know?
To duplicate what the things in Shamaim?
Yeah, he's training their mind and getting them prepared for what the reign of Yahuwah is, right? Go ahead, Roz.
You know, you said something before about Moshe seeing in the Shamaim the way that it looked. You know, if it was a stone building, he would have seen a stone building. So I wonder if it's supposed to be made of the leather, the animal skins, like it was the first one, rather than the stone building that they built later.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I would say it's something different than what's down here. You know what I mean? It's probably a different. I don't think it's the same material that we can find here on the earth. So what he actually saw up there was probably a vision of what spiritual exists in the spiritual dimension, but Yahuwah probably made it and somehow that he could see it, and in whatever way that was, it doesn't really tell us what it is. Just tells him to make sure and make it hollow with boards as it was shown to you on the mountain, so they are to make. We'll go. All right. I wasn't going to go do this, but I'm going to now. Hang on a minute now. If I can find it, in Hebrews 8. Go to Hebrews 8. So far, I can't find that picture I wanted to show you, daggone it. Hebrews 8, 1 through 5. Now, the summary of what we are saying is, we have such a high priest who is seated at the right hand of the throne of the greatness in the Shemayim. Well, we know that's Yahusha. And who serves in the set-apart place of the true tent. See, the true tent, which Yahuwah set up and not man. So Yahuwah set it up, not man. So this is in the Shemayim. Yahuwah made this. For every high priest is appointed to offer both gifts and slaughters. So it was also necessary for this one, which would be Yahusha, to have something to offer. For if indeed he were on Eretz, he would not be a priest, since there are priests who offer the gifts according to the Torah, which would be the Levites. Okay, who serve a copy and shadow of the heavenly. See, right there it is. So the Levi priests serve a copy and a shadow of the heavenly, what's in the heavenly that Yahuwah made. It says right here, with Yahuwah set up, which Yahuwah set up and not man. As Moses was warned when he was about to make the tent, which we just read about, he was warned to make it exact, right? For he said, see that you make all according to the pattern shown to you on the mountain. But now he has obtained a more excellent service, inasmuch as he is also mediator of a better covenant, which was constituted on better promises. okay, which was spiritual, not fleshly. So you ever hear, you guys, so I hope you can see what's happening here. Moses, everything that they made was a shadow or a copy of what was revealed to Moses on the mountain, and when Yahuwah showed him what he made up there. It tells us that Yahushua went up there and went into the Holy of Holies and sprinkled blood on the ark in the covenant up there in the heaven. If you read it, it tells you he did that. And so have you ever read or heard that Yahuwah's going to take out your heart of stone and give you a heart of flesh? Most people scratch their head on, what in the world is he talking about? Right? And so the revealing of that is that we have hearts of stones, like the stone tablets that were in the ark. Okay, we have hard hearts, and we have this heavy burden, right? And so what he's doing, he's taking out your heart of stone, giving you a heart of flesh, meaning a heart of spirit. So he's taking out your fleshly heart, giving you a spiritual heart, a fleshly heart, meaning spiritual heart. And then he's going to inscribe those 10 commandments on your fleshly heart, on your spiritual heart. So what this is really, the secret of all this is, he's removing the mind of the flesh and he's giving you a mind of the spirit so that you can be like-minded with Yahushua. That's what that's really talking about. So removing the flesh and giving you the spiritual heart, the heart of stone, taking away those heavy 10 commandments. You don't have to carry them around anymore. It's I'm going to renew the covenant, but I'm going to give you a heart of flesh, not stone. And so in spiritual, because he's going to indwell you, and the Spirit's going to inscribe the 10 commandments on your heart. You have a spiritual heart now, or mind of the Spirit. That's what all that's about. Okay. And so what is that? Well, it's in the other dimension, the higher dimension, which means it's in the spiritual realm, spiritual world. And so what does that mean for us? That means we have to enter the spiritual world, because Yahuwah is light. He's light energy. We have to enter into that light and worship him in the light, in the spiritual realm. Can we do that? Absolutely. Why? Because our spirit has been set apart from our flesh. And don't forget who it is who indwells you. Go ahead, Ross.
Just came to me. Do you think that the tent in the Shamaim represented, like, he's our covering, that's his body covering, and that the priest entered into it, and did the things that they did in there? You think that's possible?
Yeah, because the veil was the flesh. The veil, that is flesh. Okay. And it's represented in his resurrection by the rocks. You ever read where when he died, all the rocks were split in half and the veil was split down the middle? Mm-hmm. That's representing the flesh. And so in other words, he's removing the flesh and opening up the door for our spiritual beings can connect to him, who he's spiritual. Mm-hmm. That's what that's all about. So now we can go straight to the throne and speak to him directly, but everything we do has to be through Yahushua HaMashiach, because he's the door. So you never enter into his presence, to his throne, okay, without going through the door. You always have to pass through that door. Or it was represented, when that curtain was split in half, that then the curtain was Yahusha. So we always enter through the door or the curtain into the presence of Yahuwah. But we can go there in the spiritual realm now, as before we could not. Before his death and resurrection, nobody could. But now we can. Because why? Because the doors is made wide open. There's no more barrier between the flesh and the spirit anymore. So we can go there. Go ahead, Sandra.
I was going to clarify. So that's like that middle wall of partition was torn down. That's why that veil was rent in twain when he was staked. Remember, the veil was rent in twain. He became our middle wall of partition. That he's, like you said, the door between. We no longer. We had a veil up between us, our hearts of flesh, our sins and stuff. Yahushua staked those and tore down that veil and reunited us or reconciled us back to Yahuwah.
Yes, but you still have to go in and out of the door to the throne.
Right. That's what it talks about in Revelation. That's what he told her. Who's that? Pergamum? I'm the open door. You can go out and no man can shut, and you can come in. No man, I can open unto you. I'm just paraphrasing it, but it's in Revelations.
Yeah, he's the door that leads in and out of green pasture. Remember that verse?
The door to the sheep.
Yeah, go ahead, Chance.
What's coming to my mind is the Father sent the Ruach HaKodesh in the name of Yahusha, and we were all made to drink into one Ruach and may access the Father through one Ruach. That's the door. We have access to the Father through that Ruach we drank into. All of us. We're all in the body of Yahusha, the Ruach. Hallelujah. Brak Yahuwah. Hallelujah. My goodness.
Yeah, if we take Yahuwah's name, Yahuwah, you put a Daleth in there, a D for Yehudah, which means worshipers of Yah. But Yehudah, you put the D in there. That the D, the Daleth means door in Paleo Hebrew. So he's the door, and so in that worshipers of Yah have to come through the door, which is Yahusha, to the throne. You always have to go in and out of the door. You can't get there. You can't go around and sneak in. Remember the parable where the guy came in and he snuck in, right? He snuck into the whatever it was, and
the wedding feast. Was it the wedding feast? Was it the wedding feast? It was Ohaman.
You may be snuck into that wedding feast. And anyways, you see what happened to him by sneaking in. So you can't sneak around, man. You got to go into the door and out of the door. That's why this tabernacle only has one door. That's why the Ark of Noah
said, no man coming to the Father except through me. No man coming to the Father except through me.
On the tabernacle. That's why. Thoughts, comments, or questions?
Yeah, Mark, to piggyback off what you're just saying about the Dalit and Yehuda. So Yahusha came from the bloodline of Yehuda, and this was our entrance into life. That's the door. Yahusha came from Yehuda. So that line brought us a door back into everlasting life that separated us from Yahuwah to death. So he opened up a door for us to enter through, and he gave Yahusha himself as a door back to him. Wow, that's something else there. Hallelujah. Brak Yahuwah. Hallelujah. That was the promise through Dawood, too, He said, I shall make you an everlasting. Forgot how it goes, but.
Yeah, you ever read that verse where he says that the deliverances of the Yehudim? Okay, so you look into the name Yehudah, okay, and you see the door. And so this is what he's saying. The door lies within Yehudah, the worshipers of Yah, and the door is him. You go in and out to the throne. That's what he's talking about. The deliverances of the Yehudim. Yeah, that's where the door is, because he's from the tribe of Yehudah. Like Chance was saying there. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? I still haven't found this picture I was hoping to show you. Oh, well. Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions up to this point? At all?
I was reading in Revelations. Let me see here. Where you at? So remember where you have fallen, and repent and do the first works, or else I shall come speedily remove your lampstand from its place. So this is the oil we're talking about, and Yashrael is called the olive trees. So we continuously bring these olives, this oil, to the menorah, which is Yahusha, our light. We are children of light, and we keep that thing burning by our obedience and our kadasha, our set apartness. We just keep that thing burning. We are kadashim, and that symbolic olive tree, I just can't get enough of it. That stuff is really powerful, isn't it? That stuff is really powerful, man. Even the menorah with the two olive trees behind it, the two witnesses, it just keeps getting deeper, and I don't see no end to how deep it goes. I don't know. How low do you want to go?
Anybody else?
So do you think the two olive trees are Masha and Aliyahu?
What's that? Oh.
Do you think them two olive trees behind the menorah is Moses and Aliyahu?
No.
What you got in there then? Who is it? Who is it then?
The two witnesses?
Yeah.
I don't think it's Moses because he died. No.
But you remember when Yahusha transformed himself on that mountain, and who came?
It don't matter. The men is appointed the man to die once, not twice. The two witnesses have to die. And
but
so
don't you think it's convenient though when Yahusha transformed himself on that mountain, who popped up? That kind of brings me really
where do you think they came?
Going on that one a little bit there. Moses and Aliyahu popped up and they were like, "Shall we build booths?"
Where'd they come? Where'd they come from?
It makes me feel like they were behind that menorah, and that's the two witnesses.
Oh.
And he saw Yahusha on the throne, and Yahusha was showing him on his throne, and they transformed in front of him, and the two witnesses were right there talking to Yahusha. That kind of what the vision came to me.
So, Brother Mark, I think Musha came from Pisgah where he had been buried, and I think that was part of the resurrection.
What is it?
I think Musha came from Pisgah where Yahuwah had buried him and no one knew where he was buried. And Aliyahu was possibly in the Garden of Eden because he didn't see that.
It's a possibility that Moses came from his error and Elijah came from his error, and he brought them there from their errors and then sent them back to their errors. I mean, he can do anything. He's not restricted by the tenses. So it would be before he died, he brought him there, and he brought Elijah from his time, and then they sent them back into their respective times. It could be that. But would it, in context, there's the three witnesses, that was Peter and the two sons of thunder, were in context, were supposed to be getting a glimpse of the reign of Yahuwah. That's what they were supposed to be getting. And so I don't know if this was the millennium reign, which I'm pretty sure it was, because Peter saw these men in the flesh. That's why he wanted to build them a shelter. And so possibly they're going to be in the millennium reign. If it was the eternal reign, I think they all would have had a body of light, perhaps. But even then, they can illuminate, high illuminate or low illuminate in their immortal bodies, because we know they can, because messengers do it. So that's what they were supposed to be seeing. And so to me, it's probably Elijah and either Elijah and Enoch, or Elijah and Yehukanan, or Lazarus. To me, I don't think it's Moses, but it's a common thing. There's a lot of people that think it's Moses and Elijah, So I'm not one of them. There's a lot of people that think that. Go ahead, Ross.
You said what I was going to say about John, but you can.
Yeah. I mean, I can show you that. I really don't want to get off on that tangent, but I can see the chance's face is important. So go to John. So John is probably Elazar or Lazarus here, okay? And when we look over here at Yehukanan 21, Peter is some of his other Talmudim are walking together, and Peter's side by side with Yahusha, and Peter is talking to Yahusha about who's going, Master, who is the one who is going to deliver you up? So they're talking about his death, okay? Who's going to betray him? And then all of a sudden, Peter looks back and he says, and Yahusha said to him, Peter looks back after he asks the master, who's going to deliver you? Peter looks back and he sees Yehukanan, Lazarus back there. And he says, seeing him, Kepha said to Yahusha, but Master, what about this one? So he had already told him that he's going to die by being staked like he is. He already told Peter how he was going to die. And then Peter starts asking who's going to deliver him. And then Peter sees Lazarus and he questions Yahusha about how he's going to die. So he says, but Master, what about this one? How will he die? Basically, okay? And Yahusha said to him, if I wish him to remain till I come, what is that to you? You follow me. Therefore, the word went out among the brothers that the Talmud, this Talmud would not die. However, Yahuwah did not say to him that he would not die, but if I desire him to remain until I come, what is it to you? So that means he's going to remain until I come. What is that to you? But he didn't say he wouldn't die. We know that the two witnesses die. Okay. So this pupil, this is confirmation here, or almost like a certificate of authenticity by the other Talmud here in 24 added this verse, in my opinion. It says, this is the pupil who bears witness about these things and wrote these things, and we know that his witness is true. That's not John saying that. The author, somebody else is saying that. And so this is a certificate of authenticity by the other Talmudim. Okay. And then look what's next. And now there's much else that Yahusha did. If every one of them were written down, I think that the world itself would not contain the written books, letting us know that there's a ton of other things that Yahusha did and said that's not written in here. But there's just a little bit of what happened written in here. Okay. All right. So, it sounds like this guy is Lazarus is not going to die until Yahusha comes back. That's what it sounds like. So if we go to Revelations now, and say Revelations 10:11, probably. Revelations 10. Okay. So Revelations 10:11 is about the two witnesses. Okay. All right. And so right before this messenger of Yahuwah starts telling Lazarus, the author of Revelations here, or Yehukanan, if you will, about the two witnesses, he says in 10:11, 10:11, he says, and he said to me, you have to prophesy again concerning many peoples and nations and tongues and sovereigns. So he's telling John he has to prophesy again concerning many peoples, nations, tongues, and sovereigns. And then right after he gives John this instructions, what he's going to have to do again, he goes right into the two witnesses in context. So basically he's saying you're going to have to prophesy again concerning many peoples, nations, tongues, and sovereigns. And then he goes in there and tells him all about the two witnesses. To me, he's telling him he's going to be one of them witnesses because he's given him the what's going to happen to him after he tells him he's going to have to prophesy again. You see that? It's in context, man. Got to keep it in context. So spiritually, the two witnesses could be speaking of Yahusha and Yehuda. But if we go to Malachi now, we definitely pick up where everybody gets that. Almost everybody agrees that one of these will be Elijah, and it's because of Malachi 4, and it says in Malachi 4:5, "See, I am sending you Elijah, Aliyah, the prophet, before the coming of the great and awesome day of Yahuwah. And he shall turn the hearts of the fathers to children, and the hearts of the children to the fathers. He's like, come and smite your wrath with utter destruction." Okay, so another, most people agree it's Elijah. The other one is what most people disagree on. But I think this John 10:11, him letting him know he's going to prophesy to the world. Listen to what it says, man. It's saying you shall prophesy concerning many peoples, nations, tongues, and sovereigns. That's the world. He's going to be a witness to the world. And then he goes right into talking about the two witnesses, which is in context. That conversation, it did not change. It continued. And so in context, it's going to be Yehukanah. Okay. And now, look at Revelations 11:3. "And I shall give to my two witnesses, and they shall prophesy." He just told him he has to prophesy again. See that? He just told him, you have to prophesy again. And then up here in 3, it says, "And I shall give to my two witnesses, and they shall prophesy." In context. So it sounds like he's talking to John here. 1,260 days clad in sackcloth. See what I'm saying? So I think if we look at the two witnesses and we read this Revelations 10:11 through Revelations 11:3, and it's in context, and so then John would have to be one of the witnesses. And then Malachi 4:5 definitely is suggesting that Elijah is one of them. And like I said, spiritually, probably Yisrael and Yehuda be the two witnesses. Would be the seed of Abraham. All right. So what's the oil? We go back and read about the two lampstands and the oil feeding the lampstand. Would that be the Ruach HaKodesh in them? They're going to be doing miracle signs and wonders through the Ruach HaKodesh is going to be doing it through them. So it won't be the flesh doing it, it'll be the oil doing it, the Ruach. Oil always is talking about the Ruach HaKodesh. Sandra?
I'm kind of curious here. in Malachi 4, where it says, see, I'm sending you Eliyahu, which people call Elijah, the prophet before the coming of the great and awesome Yom of Yahuwah, and he shall turn, because it's included in that verse, and he shall turn the hearts of the fathers to the children, and the hearts of the children to their fathers, lest I come and smite the arrest with utter destruction. So I'm thinking that that is prophesying about Yehukanan, the immerser, the lesser light, that was calling them to repentance. Am I wrong? Maybe this has a double meaning. Because that's what you, because remember when Yahusha said, Eliyahu has come, if you can accept it, he was a type. Yehukanan the immerser was a type of Eliyahu.
Let me look at it. Hang on.
I think it's 5 and 6. They should be put together. It could have a double meaning and include the end time 2 witnesses as well, but I really see that because it says in 6, he shall turn the hearts of the fathers to the children and the hearts of the children to their fathers. That's why I kind of see that as Yehukanan.
I would say, John the Baptist came in the spirit of Elijah. Okay, and so there could be a parallel here. Yeah, I mean, look at Luke 1:17.
Okay.
So Luke 1:17. And he shall go before him in the ruach and power of Elijah, to turn the hearts of the fathers to the children, and the disobedient to the insight of the righteous, to make ready a people prepared for Yahuwah. And so I think there's definitely a parallel here, Sandra, with John the Baptist. Are you seeing it? And so see where it says that you turn the hearts to the children. So it's got that same idiom. And so, absolutely, it could be secretly prophesying about the lesser life for sure, man. And even Matthew 17, look at that. So Matthew 17, say 9 through 13 there. And as they were coming down from the mountain, Yahushua ordered them, saying, do not mention the vision to anyone until the Son of Adam is raised from the dead. And his Talmud asked them, saying, why then do the scribes say that Elijah has to come first? And Yahushua answered and said to them, Elijah is indeed coming first and shall restore all matters. But I say to you that Elijah has already come, and they did not recognize him, but did to him whatever they wished. In this way, the Son of Adam is also about to suffer by them. Then the Talmud understood that he had spoken to them about Yehukanan, the immerser. And so there's a definitely parallel, man. So before Yahusha came as one of the Yehukanan was one of the witnesses. So Yehukanan is also a shadow, and so is Elijah of Yahusha. If you look at that Luke 1:17 and put it all together and everything, look what it's really saying. Why then did the scribes say Elijah come? And Yahusha said Elijah is indeed coming first and shall restore all matters. That's Yahusha, man. He's talking about himself. This is Yahuwah speaking. This is, he's 100% man, 100% Yahuwah, right? Dual nature. This is Yahuwah speaking, man. He's telling you that he's going to restore all things because Elijah is his shadow. You see that? Elijah ain't going to restore all matters. It's going to be Yahusha that restores all matters. He's the one that's going to restore, renew, recounsel, and rule the millennium reign, not Elijah. He's just using Elijah as a shadow. Okay. So, but I say to you, Elijah has already come, and they did not recognize him, but did to him whatever they wished. That's Yahusha. They knew who Elijah was, and they recognized him as a great prophet. One of the greatest prophets, actually. Maybe besides Isaiah. And here we see also that Yahusha says that Yehukanan the Immerser was the greatest prophet of all time. So who's he really talking about there? Himself. And so Yahusha the Immerser was a foreshadow of Yahuwah, who came to immerse in the Ruach HaKodesh with the living waters.
Say that again. Slow down. That is deep. Say that again. That is you. That was he's referring to himself. Technically, then.
Yeah, they're all foreshadows of Yahusha. So yeah, Yehukanan the Immerser was the front runner. He's immersing with water, but really he was the foreshadow of Yahusha, who was going to come and immerse us in the Ruach HaKodesh, the living water.
Wow. Thank you.
Why? Not Yehukanan's immersion. They ain't doing nothing. That was just a shadow, a copy, carbon copy. Okay. See what you did, Chance? You got me way off on this tangent. I've got to get back over to Exodus now.
Before you do, can I just make one comment?
Wow, join the party.
I always considered the commandments and the witness of Yahushua HaMashiach as being witnesses. The commandments represent his laws, and Yahushua, his son, represents the covenant of the commandments. And I see that as two witnesses, like in Revelation 14. It didn't say witness, but it says these are the people that hold to the commandments and hold to the Messiah. I just want to throw that out there.
Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Okay, let's get back to Exodus then.
Before we get started on that, Mark, what is your thoughts on the fine linen, the blue and the purple and the scarlet? Uh-oh, here we go again. Here we go again.
On that, man. I don't know.
Oh, you don't think Yahuwah?
Scarlet is the blood. The fine linen is the immortality of righteousness.
Here
and
we
the
go
blue,
again.
I don't know. Water. The blue represents the water, the Ruach HaKodesh.
Okay. What about purple? Is that royalty, King of Kings? Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's right.
His Majesty.
Okay.
Purple represents His Majesty.
The King
he
of
put down
Kings.
His Majesty to become our sacrificial lamb.
Is the blood the offering? The scarlet? Okay, the forgiveness. Oh, we're getting somewhere. There's a little bit of heat in there.
All esteem to Yahushua. It's the Ruach HaKodesh in us today. Yahuwah's having fun with us. He's loving us. Keep on loving me, Father. Hallelujah.
John says, slow down, my new Ross. Can't fire that fast.
He is loving us. Hallelujah.
Go ahead, Ross.
Well, when I was figuring out what colors I was going to do the sets when I originally had made my first set, it came to me about those three colors, and that the red and the blue are primary colors. So that would mean that that's the Father. And then when they come together, that's the covenant. that's the two colors make the purple. So the red and the blue together make the purple.
Is that like a metaphorical comment,
For
Russ?
me,
Yeah.
it was just like how I've
Because
always
historically,
seen it.
purple, to actually make purple, like in terms of clothing and
Mm-hmm.
like dye purple, like in those days, they had to get these seashells, these molluscules that were on the shores of the Rocky Mountains near the shores of the Mediterranean. And they had to squeeze them in order to get this, like, secrete this little gland, this particular thing. And then you'll have to dye, like they will have to dry. And very little amounts become, like, eventually purple. It was a very high intense labor. That's why I'm asking. It was like, is that like a metaphorical reference or like
no, it says the color, look at the rainbow. You've got the blue on one side of the tecolette, and then you've got the red on the other side. So they have to mix to be able to make the purple. If you made the rainbow in a circle and you had those two colors touch, that's how the purple would come, is in between. So I always have, in my mind, it's always been the Father's the blue, Yahusha's the red, and then they made together, and that's the purple.
So more like metaphoric.
Yeah.
Is this why Yahusha received a purple robe and they mocked him at the end? And they put a robe because the Father came down to save the flesh, and they put a purple robe on him to mock him. You know what I mean? So the Father mixed with the flesh, came down to the flesh, saved us, and now that purple came to, and they put a robe on him at the end. Do you remember that? And they spit on him, and they put a purple robe on him and put him in front of the crowd of people. It was the fulfillment of that prophecy. What? That's crazy. Hallelujah. So, yeah, I'm trying to gather that one. That's pretty deep right there. But why did they, of all colors, they put a purple robe on him, which happens to be King of Kings, Majesty? It was the fulfillment of the blue and the scarlet coming together purple. Wow, that's pretty deep right there. Good observation there. That's good, sister. You've been on fire lately. Are you still doing that fast? Oh my goodness. You just got that heat burning. I need my oven mitts messing with you. Warn me before you do this to me. It's too hot. Calm that down. Turn off that oven. I'm getting burned up over here. Slow down there. Phew. Hallelujah.
And with doing this fast, my blood pressure has been, right now it's perfect with it. And this morning it was high and I wasn't feeling good. But it always does that. It will get worse. And then I have it gets better. So this is better. This whole year it's done that. And it's always on a Sabbath, either going into it or coming out of it.
Yeah, you weakened all that flesh. Now you got that ruach burning. It's real hot over there. You got that ruach kindled up on you. I need an oven mitt messing with you. Sheesh. Since we're at this little moment of silence here, how Yahusha said, "You shall eat my flesh." That is something else. Could you imagine the people that don't have any ruach, like, understanding? They said, "We gonna eat your flesh." What are you talking? What's this man talking? And Yahusha's like, you will eat my flesh and you will drink my blood. Could you imagine if people like this, like, falling over like, oh man, this, but in the Ruach like sense, Yahusha is the word that became flesh. So by eating his flesh, you are eating his word. You indeed will eat his flesh because it is the word. Those words are Ruach. Hallelujah.
Well, you remember in that one person when I don't remember what it was. I think it was something to do with I don't remember. But when he ate the paper and it turned bitter, you remember? I think it was in a vision or something.
The paper?
Mm-hmm. It was written.
Was that you talking about when who was that? Was that Yaketsko that he gave that to eat?
I think so.
It was like honey.
The
honey.
scroll.
When he took it in, it was like honey, and then when he
it
ingested
ended up being
it
bitter.
became bitter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think that was Yaketsko.
I think so too.
And he also, because in Revelations, wasn't somebody given a book to eat too?
John was given a book, and it was sweet, and then it turned bitter.
Yeah.
And I think it's in Psalm 119. I'm not sure which verse, but he said his word was honey to our mouth.
Mm-hmm.
I was just telling Talitha about that psalm, Sandra. Just like not that long today. How sweet to my taste has your word been, more than honey to my mouth. So I was telling her, I was like, I wonder if when he say, I will bring you to a land of milk and honey, right? So I was like, I've been thinking well, what does milk really will be like it, like honey, and then it was reference to that honey to be in the word, what is the milk, the fat, what is the fat, what does he really means by milk and honey, right? It's funny that you brought it up.
That's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
It is a good point. So I wonder what does he mean by that milk and honey? Because it's a scripture in there that talks about the milk of the word, and then there's a scripture talking about the meat of the word coming in, So the undiluted part, the truth, the whole truth, the pureness. What do you think, Sister Ron?
Well, I was just thinking maybe that is being delivered. That's the sweetness of his kindness and his, forgiveness and everything. Because he's, so.
All right, let's continue on now with Exodus 29. Exodus 29 is basically detailing the elaborate 7-day consecration ceremony.
We've not finished.
Your mics.
We didn't finish chapter 28.
Oh, we didn't?
Mm-mm.
Okay, well, go ahead and finish it then, Joe.
28:39. And you shall weave the long shirt of fine linen, and shall make the turban of fine linen, and you shall make the girdle of woven work, and make long shirts for Aaron's sons, and you shall make girdles for them, and you shall make turbans for them, and esteem and comeliness. And you shall put them on Aaron your brother, and on his sons with him, and shall anoint them, and shall establish them, and shall set them apart, and they shall serve as priests to me. And make linen trousers for men to cover their nakedness, reaching from the waist to the thighs. And they shall be on Aaron and on his sons when they come into the tent of meeting, or when they come near the altar to attend the set apart place, so that they do not bear crookedness and die. A law forever to him and to his seed after him.
Okay.
All righty, so there you go. I already showed you a picture of the priest garments and all that. And this White linen represents immortality, your mortal bodies. That's why they were recommended to put those on. Who didn't want to see the flesh, that's what he meant here. And make linen trousers for them to cover their nakedness, their flesh reaching from the waist to the thigh. And when they come into the tent of the meeting, or when they come near the altar to attend the set apart place, so that they do not bear crookedness and die. So this is what he's saying. So the white linen would represent immortality, a mortal body, a spiritual body, and not the flesh. So they would serve Yahuwah in the spirit and truth. This is what he's setting them up to do here with these garments. All righty. All right, so 29 then, like I say, it elaborates mostly about the priest, the 7-day consecration ceremony of the priest here. That's what it continues on. I mean, it's in context. We're talking about their garments, right? Anybody have any thoughts, comments, or questions before we get in chapter 29? Chance, go ahead, man.
Yeah, in Hazun or Revelations, what you brought to me by bringing out that immortal body is the fine linen, the clean and bright, is in Hazun 19:18, where it's the righteousness of the Kadashim. Baruch are those invited to the wedding feast of the Lamb. And it says the fine linen, clean and bright, is the righteousness of the Kadashim. So it's it's you kind of brought me there you brought me there by that white linen.
Yeah, the white linen or the wedding feast or wedding garment, or white garment, any of that is always referencing the immortal body. Okay, immortality. This removes the flesh. All right, so who wants to read 29, man? June, go ahead.
And this is the task you shall do to them, to set them apart to serve me as priest. Take 1 young bull and 2 rams, perfect ones, and unleavened bread and unleavened cakes mixed with oil, and unleavened wafers anointed with oil. Make these of wheat flour. And you shall put them in 1 basket and bring them in the basket, along with the bull and the 2 rams. Then you shall bring Aharon and his sons to the door of the tent of meeting and wash them with water. And you shall take the garments and shall put on Aharon the long shirt and the robe of the shoulder garment and the shoulder garment and the breastplate, and shall gird him with the embroidered band of the shoulder garment, and shall put the turban on his head, and shall put the set apart sign of dedication on the turban, and shall take the anointing oil and pour it on his head and anoint him. Then you shall bring his sons and put long shirts on them, and shall gird them with girdles, Aharon and his sons, and put the turbans on them. And the priesthood shall be theirs for an everlasting law. So you shall establish Aharon and his sons. And you shall bring near the bull before the tent of meeting. And Aharon and his sons shall lay their hands on the head of the bull. And you shall slaughter the bull before Yahuwah by the door of the tent of meeting, and take some of the blood of the bull and put it on the horns of the altar with your finger, and pour all the blood beside the base of the altar. And you shall take all the fat that covers the entrails, and the appendage on the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is on them, and burn them on the altar. But the flesh of the bull and its skin and its dung you shall burn with fire outside the camp. It is a sin offering. And take one ram, and Aharon and his sons shall lay their hands on the head of the ram. And you shall slaughter the ram, and you shall take its blood and sprinkle it all around on the altar. And cut the ram in pieces, and wash its entrails and its legs, and place them upon its pieces and on its head. And you shall burn the entire ram on the altar. It is a burnt offering to Yahuwah. It is a sweet fragrance, an offering made by fire to Yahuwah. And you shall take the second ram, and Aharon and his sons shall lay their hands on the head of the ram. And you shall slaughter the ram, and take some of its blood, and put it on the tip of the right ear of Aharon, and on the tip of the right ear of his sons, on the thumb of their right hand, and on the big toe of their right foot. And sprinkle the blood all around the altar. And you shall take some of the blood that is on the altar, and some of the anointing oil, and sprinkle it on Aharon and on his garments, on his sons, and on the garments of his sons with him. And he and his garments shall be set apart, and his sons and the garments of his sons with him. And you shall take the fat of the ram, and the fat tail, and the fat that covers the entrails, and the appendage on the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat on them, and the right thigh. It is for a ram of establishing. And 1 loaf of bread, and 1 cake made with oil, and 1 thin cake from the basket of the unleavened bread that is before Yahuwah. And you shall put all these in the hands of Aharon and in the hands of his sons, and you shall wave them, a wave offering before Yahuwah. Then you shall take them from their hands and burn them on the altar as a burnt offering, as a sweet fragrance before Yahuwah. It is an offering made by fire to Yahuwah. And you shall take the breast of the ram of Aharon's ordination and wave it, a wave offering before Yahuwah, and it shall be your portion. And from the ram of establishment, you shall set apart the breast of the wave offering, which is waved, and the thigh of the contribution, which is raised, of that which is for Aharon, and of that which is for his sons. And it shall be from the children of Israel for Aharon and his sons by law forever, for it is a contribution. And it is a contribution from the children of Israel, from their peace offerings, their contribution to Yahuwah. And the set apart garments of Aharon are for his sons after him, to be anointed in them and to be established in them. The priest from his sons in his place puts them on for 7 yeomen when he enters the tent of meeting to attend in the set apart place. And take the ram of ordination and cook its flesh in a set apart place. And Aharon and his sons shall eat the flesh of the ram and the bread that is in the basket by the door of the tent of meeting. And they shall eat those offerings with which the atonement was made, to establish them, to set them apart. But let a stranger not eat them, because they are set apart. And if any of the flesh of the establishment offerings or of the bread be left over until the morning, then you shall burn up what is left over. It is not eaten because it is set apart. And so you shall do to Aharon and his sons according to all I have commanded you. 7 yomim you shall establish them, and prepare a bull, each yom as a sin offering for atonement. And you shall cleanse the altar when you make atonement for it, and you shall anoint it to set it apart. For 7 yomim you shall make atonement for the altar, and set it apart. And the altar shall be most set apart. Whatever touches the altar is to be set apart. And this is what you prepare on the altar: 2 lambs, a year old, daily, continually. Prepare the 1 lamb in the morning, and the other lamb you prepare between the evenings, and 1/10 of an ephah of flour mixed with 1/4 of a hin of pressed oil, and 1/4 of a hin of wine as a drink offering with the 1 lamb. And prepare the other lamb between the evenings, and with it prepare the grain offering and the drink offering as in the morning, for a sweet fragrance, an offering made by fire to Yahuwah, a continual burnt offering for your generations at the door of the tent of meeting before Yahuwah, where I shall meet with you to speak with you. And there I shall meet with the children of Israel, and it shall be set apart by my esteem. And I shall set apart the tent of meeting and the altar. And Aharon and his sons I set apart to serve as priests to me. And I shall dwell in the midst of the children of Israel, and shall be their Elohim. And they shall know that I am Yahuwah, their Elohim, who brought them up out of the land of Mitzrayim to dwell in their midst. I am Yahuwah, their Elohim.
All right. Thanks, June. Okay, so there you go. There's the 7-day consecration ceremony for Aaron and sons. What a lot of work, huh? I'd like to have to do all that. Exactly as Yahuwah said it. You know, I mean, wow. But going back over here to the burnt bull in 14, it says, but the flesh of the bull and its skin and its dung you shall burn with fire outside the camp. It is a sin offering. What is that foreshadowing? Roz?
Well, something that just came to me is a bull represents Baal. And, you know, it's got the face of a bull and the horns and everything on it. So that's what came to me. Actually, I got to thinking they had Solomon's temple. Well, they had Moshe's temple that he's building right now. Then they had Solomon's temple. And then they had when it was rebuilt. And now the new one. So actually it's a fourth temple, because the first one was of the animal skins.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that funny that everybody says it's the third temple?
Mm-hmm.
But really, the reason they do that is because this temple, this one here, this portable one, this temporary and portable, was just a copy or foreshadow of the first temple. That's why they don't count it as one. Okay, because it was not a permanent erected temple, as to, so to speak. Okay, it was very portable and temporal. So they really just look at it as a foreshadow, a shadow of the first temple. They don't count it as its own. That's why. Okay. All right. So, what do y'all think about this? And you shall burn fire outside the camp as a sin offering. Burn the flesh of the bull and its skin and its dung. What's that foreshadowing? Sandra?
Is the foreshadowing Yahusha being killed outside the temple when he was staked and killed?
Yeah, exactly what it is. All right, so that's why he was taken outside the walls to Golgotha, and he was staked outside of the camp or outside of the walls of Jerusalem. So this is basically prophecy. We can see it as secret prophecy, foreshadowing Yahusha's death outside the walls of Jerusalem. That's why, because it's a sin offering, they had to take it outside the camp, out of the temple. They weren't allowed to sacrifice it in the temple because it's a sin offering. Was Yahusha a sin offering? The Lamb of Yahuwah, was that a sin offering? Absolutely was. Go ahead, Chance.
Coinciding what's being spoken right now too, it's like you know, Aaron on his priestly garments, he's holding all the names of the stones, right? So he's holding all Yashrael on there, and then he goes and he lays his hand on that bowl, transferring the wrongdoings of Yashrael into that bowl, right? And then it's being brought out of the camp and burned, just like Yahusha was destroyed. He transferred all our wrongdoings into him, and he bore our crookedness and our wickedness and our evilness, and he was brought outside and destroyed, consuming that. Just like Aaron is transferring by his putting his hand on that bowl, he's transferring the wrongdoings of Yashrael into that head of that bowl. And Yahusha took all that on his head for us. So I don't know, that's powerful, isn't it? Hallelujah.
Yeah. And then he goes in and starts talking about a ram, doing the sacrifice of the ram, and then even a second ram. And then it goes down and says, and put blood, and take blood and put it on the tip of the right ear of Aaron, the tip of the right ear of his sons, on the thumb of the right hand, and on the big toe of the right foot, and sprinkle the blood all around the altar. What does that mean? Why are they doing that? And that sounds a little peculiar, doesn't it? But yeah, you're right, Chancellor. That was sin offering of the bull. When they laid their hands on the bull, that was symbolically transferring the sins of Israel onto the bull. Just kind of like the scapegoat, you know. Same thing as the scapegoat type thing. But it was with the bull this time. Go ahead, Sandra.
So the right ear is on our hearing, and the thumb of the right hand on our doing. The big toe, the right foot, is how we walk and how we travel in righteousness, covered in the blood.
Yeah. How about a little bit more deeper? Maybe take it more deeper. What this is signifying? What's going on here? This is a consecration ceremony. So what would this do then? What does this mean then? By taking the blood of this ram, sacrificing it, taking that blood and putting it on the right ear, the thumb, and the toe, And then they're supposed to wave the parts before Yahuwah as a wave offering as well. So what would this mean? And if we apply it to a consecration ceremony, what would this be applied? What would this mean then in context? So this would be signifying their dedication and Yahuwah's presence as they serve Him. All right. So this signifies their dedication, their willingness to serve Yahuwah, and His presence with them. That's why the blood's put on the horns. See where it says the blood's put on the horns? What's the horn? It's always the horn of salvation. It's always the power and the presence of Yahuwah. It's what that horn symbolizes. And then when there's 4, that's symbolizing in all 4 cardinal directions, north, east, west, and south. That means He's everywhere. So it would be His omnipotence, because it's in all 4 cardinal directions. It would be His omnipotence, because it's the horn of salvation or deliverance, and His omnipotence, His all-knowing attributes of knowing everything and what everything means and does. So it's them accepting or applying their dedication or accepting their service, being servants to Yahuwah and His presence. The blood on the horns. All right. Thoughts, comments, questions? Notice they're allowed to eat. So it goes into this burnt offering, the sin offering of the bulls, then this burnt offering of the rams, right? 2 rams, actually. And so the rams were sacrificed, and the blood was applied, as He said so, to signify their dedication and Yahuwah's presence. And then there's the eating. They're allowed to eat. So eating of the offering. What is that for? What does that mean?
Don't muzzle the ox that treaded out the corn.
That could be. That could be. Oh, well, I like that. Let's look at this. Here's somebody putting on their thinking cap. He was told to eat the scroll in Revelation, sweet but bitter. Wow. Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions on the eating of the offering? Notice there's only specific portions of this ram that they were allowed to eat, and bread were eaten by the priest at the tabernacle entrance. They had to do it at the entrance of the tabernacle. So what did that mean? What's going on here? Eating specific portions of this consecrated ram with bread at the tabernacle entrance. What's that signifying? Remember what this is all about in context here now. This is about the consecration ceremony. So what would this mean then, applying to that? Go ahead. Oz, you know? Oh, I thought you had your hand up. Okay. Anybody else? Want to take a shot? It's pretty basic. It's almost like the bull, but not quite, but close. So this is signifying their acceptance and their full participation and cooperation as servants of this set apart place, this holy ground, if you will. The leftovers are burnt. Why are the leftovers burned? If any remain till the morning, they were to take it outside the camp and burn it. Why? You know, during the Passover, if you eat the Passover meal, if any lamb, you're not supposed to cook more than what can be eaten by the participants. But if there are Passover lamb is left over after Passover, or to take it outside and burn it. Why? Why was the leftovers to be burnt? Chance?
Because salvation's of the Yahudim. You know, so you know, those of us who are observing, it's for them, but it's kind of what's coming to me, you know. Salvation's of the Yahudim.
So you're saying that maybe perhaps the leftovers are the impurities or the dross that is to be burnt in the lake
Right,
of fire?
and salvation's not to everyone, you know, so not all can partake in this table. So not all are able to eat.
Yeah, I like that. Go ahead, Ross.
That happened another time with another animal, and also with the cakes made out of the manna. They had to burn it the next day if they didn't eat it because it would get the worms in it. But didn't that happen with the Passover lamb?
Yeah.
So I think it says in the scripture that they were not supposed to eat it because it is set apart. It said it is not eaten because it is set apart.
What in?
It's in verse 39, 34. If any of the flesh of the establishment offerings or the bread be left over until morning, then you shall burn up what is left over. It is not eaten because it is set apart.
Right. Okay, so let me ask you again. Why are the leftovers burnt? Chance?
Man, it just came to me, you know, like not all are going to receive everlasting life. So what's the alternative to that? What's the lake of fire? You know, you're being taken out and burned in the lake of fire. Those who have not received the blood of Yahusha, what? Lake of fire. You know?
Yeah. Spiritually, I agree with you, but I'm trying to get an answer literally here.
Oh.
Why would the leftovers were not allowed to be eaten if they, the next morning had to be burnt? Read that verse again, Sandra.
So I was wondering, is it because the offerings have to be, he uses fire, have to be purged with fire? He uses fire to burn the dross off? Literally? Had nothing to do with that?
Not really.
Oh, okay.
It is not eaten because it is set apart. Okay, it's set apart, but when it comes to morning, not allowed to eat it, you burn it. Why? So nobody could desecrate it. You know, and so if it's
I
set
just got
apart,
what you meant.
yeah, he don't want anybody. People were doing weird stuff back here. Okay, they would take bones or whatever, and they would do weird witchcraft rituals and pagan rituals with these bones and everything. And so he didn't want anything left over that somebody that wasn't set apart could get a hold of it and use it to do some weird, ritual with, or throw it to the dogs and let the dogs eat it, and it's set apart. So he didn't want it to be misused or disrespected or desecrated. Okay, and so if it's left over, burn it, get rid of it. I don't want anybody messing around with my set apart offering. Okay, that's why we do the Passover lamb. If you have any left over in the morning, you burn it, because you don't want anybody messing with that, doing stuff they shouldn't be doing with that set apart lamb, that meal, that offering. But see, you're allowed to eat it. You're allowed to eat the Passover lamb, and they were allowed to eat this too. There was a time where they could eat the offering, but it was a specific portion and of the ram with bread. And they had to do it at the entrance to the tabernacle. Why? What does that mean? Go ahead, Sandra. Yeah, so it can't be defiled. Exactly.
So I agree with what you're saying. That makes good sense. So it's sort of like when they was fighting over Musha's body, when Shaitan was fighting over Musha's body, because he would have tried to make an idol out of it, like he did the bronze serpent. And remember when he took Peter and showed him Caper and showed him the resurrection or millennium reign, and Musha and Eliyahu were there. Caper said, "Let us make a tent for each of you, a booth for you, a booth for him." In other words, it's not going to be but one booth. I'm the booth.
Anybody else? That's comments or questions on it? Can anybody answer this eating of the offering with the bread outside the entrance of the tabernacle? What that means?
Would eating inside defile the tabernacle?
Yeah, I don't think he wanted any activity that had to do with altar sacrifice to be inside. I mean, he had to clean the altar every day. Cleanse the altar when you make atonement for it, a sin offering, and you shall anoint it to set it apart. And you even had to clean it and anoint it. In 7 days you shall make atonement for the altar to set it apart. And the altar shall be most set apart. Whatever touches the altar is to be set apart. And this is what you prepare on the altar: 2 lambs a year old, daily and continually. Prepare the one lamb in the morning, the other lamb prepare between the evenings, and 1/10 of flour mixed with 1/4 of hin, pressed oil, 1/4 hin of wine, the one lamb, and prepare the other lamb between the evenings, and with it prepare the grain offering and the drink offering, as in the morning, for the sweet fragrance, an offering made by fire to Yahuwah, a continual burnt offering for your generations, at the door of the tent of the meeting before Yahuwah, where I shall meet with you to speak with you, and there I shall meet with the children of Israel, and it shall be set apart by my esteem. Anybody got any ideas? Chance?
Not exactly to the question that you're asking. I mean, but what you were just touching on, what you're reading there, what comes to me is, our offerings we make today with our lips to Yahuwah, the fruit of our lips. Some of these have offerings of thanks. Some of these have offerings of praise. Some of these have offerings of, like, your family, your household, you being the head. You got to make offerings of forgiveness. You got to make peace offerings with Yahuwah for those who are, you're ahead. especially right around this holiday season, for those who have done wrong, you got to go to Yahuwah and make these peace offerings with your lips. You know what I mean? And that's what the sweet fragrance is, giving thanks, giving praise, giving offerings to ask for forgiveness. You know what I mean? So something that was coming up to me here, Mark, it says one very important detail here in 33, and they shall eat those offerings with which the atonement was made to establish to them, to kadosh them, but let a stranger not eat them. This is important right here. We're burning it, so that exactly thing right here, so a stranger can't come along and molest that thing or eat of it. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, so it can't be defiled. So the eating of it is just them participating in this consecration ceremony and signifying their acceptance that they agreed to do all this to serve Yahuwah in this set apart place. Okay, that's all that is. All right, so is there any other thoughts, comments, or questions here on chapter 29? So these are the basically the 7-day consecration ceremony in this chapter. What it is for the priests, for their dedication, their acceptance pledge, to clean them, purify them, and for them to accept the job, basically accepting the job. Go ahead, Chance.
Man, I got a wild thought here, Mark. I just want you to hear it out for a second. So the stones that represent each tribe that Aaron has in his priestly garment, do you think this has something to do with the stones that of the crown that you'll receive, the esteem that you will have in the everlasting life? So each of us will receive an incorruptible crown. Do you think from what tribe you belong to, that stone will be put into that crown, and that'll be the esteem that you have? I don't know. That's just a wild thought for a second there, You know what I mean? So like you'll have a crown on your head, and based on what tribe you belong to, the stone that is in that stone is the esteem you'll have. You know what I mean? In your crown. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy to think about.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Isn't that something to think about there? That's pretty crazy, isn't it? It's kind of crazy to think about.
The stones have a high impact on stuff. But yeah, this reminds me of the dream I had about the stones. Is what it reminds me of. But yeah, I mean, every tribe has its own stone for sure, its own color. But there's also a great amount of opposition on what the color stones and what the stones really were. So perhaps we won't really know until Messiah comes back. Go ahead, Sandra.
I think the stones represent some type of quality of pureness because we are the stones in the building, and Yahusha is the chief cornerstone. I think that we don't want to get, at least that's what I've been praying about. The stones don't literally mean the value of stone, because man values the stones. Matter of fact, Satan valued all those stones because he told him he had all those stones. But it's more or less about us being the stones in the building, and we make up his body. And then it could also relate to, remember Yehuda had a signet, a ring, and a seal or something that he gave to Tamar. So that, that could be part of it. But I had my hand up. Hi, Zion and Isabella, beautiful. And I was thinking, when you was reading about that, that scripture where Paul was saying, we do this in remembrance of him, but if you eat unworthily, that's why we have so many among us and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It kind of like brought that to my mind. In those offerings, because the stranger would be unworthy. They're not set apart.
Yeah, this is, kind of shows you you're not supposed to invite strangers or people that are not set apart to a Passover meal. You're not supposed to do that. You got to be careful about who you invite if you're going to cook a lamb in Passover. If you're going to do it. Anybody got thoughts, comments, or questions?
Oh, thank you, Mark. Thank you for your labors in putting up this assembly here. As you can see, I got some company here. Say hi, Shabbat Shalom, Barak Yahuwah, Hallelujah.
Shabbat shalom.
I'll probably end up having to go here. I love you all, beloved Kadashim, and it's always nice seeing you. Thank you for refreshing me. In Ruah, I'm with you in Ruah always. Love and peace. Thank you, Mark.
All esteem to Yahusha, brother. Chance got his hands full there, don't he? Look All righty, man. Any other thoughts, comments, questions? If not, let's wrap this up with chapter 30. Chapter 30. It was about the altar of incense. What did I do with my book? Oh, here it is. So Exodus chapter 30 continues on. Really, the whole book does, but 30 here is about the altar of incense. It goes into the wash basin, and then the anointing oil. That's what to be used in the tabernacle. And so who wants to read this chapter here about the altar of incense, wash basin, and the anointing oil? How's it going?
Chapter 30. And you shall make an altar to burn incense on. Make it of acacia wood, a cubit long and a cubit wide. It is a square, and 2 cubits high. Its horns of the same. And you shall overlay its top and its sides all around, and its horns with clean gold. And you shall make for it a molding of gold all around. And make 2 gold rings for it under the molding of both its sides. Make them on its 2 sides, and they shall be holders for the poles to lift it with. And you shall make the poles of acacia wood, and overlay them with gold. And you shall put it before the veil that is before the ark of the witness, before the lid of atonement that is over the witness, where I am to meet with you. And Aaron shall burn on it sweet incense, morning by morning, as he tends the lamps, he shall burn incense on it. And when Aaron lights the lamp between the evenings, he shall burn incense on it, a continual incense before Yahuwah throughout your generations. Do not offer a strange incense on it, or a burnt offering, or a grain offering, and do not pour a drink offering on it. And Aaron shall make atonement upon its horns once a year with the blood of the sin offering of atonement. Once a year he makes atonement upon it throughout your generations. It is most set apart to Yahuwah. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, when you take the census of the children of Israel to register them, Then each one shall give an atonement for his life to Yahuwah. When you register them, so that there is no plague among them when you register them. Everyone among those who are registered is to give this: half a shekel according to the shekel of the set-apart place, 20 gerahs being a shekel. The half shekel is the contribution to Yahuwah. Everyone passing over to be registered from 20 years old and above gives a contribution to Yahuwah. The rich does not give more, and the poor does not give less than. The rich does not give more, and the poor does not give less than half a shekel when you give a contribution to Yahuwah, to make atonement for yourselves. And you shall take the silver for the atonement from the children of Israel, and give it for the service of the tent of meeting. And it shall be to the children of Israel for a remembrance before Yahuwah, to make atonement for yourselves. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, And you shall make a basin of bronze, with its stand also of bronze for washing. And you shall put it between the tent of meeting and the altar, and shall put water in it. And Aaron and his sons shall wash from it their hands and their feet, when they go into the tent of meeting, or when they come near the altar to attend, to burn an offering made by fire to Yahuwah. They wash with water, lest they die. And they shall wash their hands and their feet, lest they die. And it shall be a law forever to them, to him and his seed throughout their generations. And Yahuwah spoke to Moshe, saying, And take for yourself choice spices, 500 shekels of liquid myrrh, and half as much, 250 of sweet-smelling cinnamon, and 250 of cannaboisim, and 500 of cassia, according to the shekel of the set-apart place, and a hin of olive oil. And you shall make from these a kodesh, anointing oil, a compound blended, the work of a perfumer. It is a set-apart anointing oil. And with it you shall anoint the tent of meeting, and the ark of the witness, and the table and all its utensils, and the lampstand and its utensils, and the altar of incense, and the altar of burnt offering, with all its utensils, and the basin and its stand. And you shall set them apart, and they shall be the most set apart. Whatever touches them is to be set apart. And you shall anoint Aaron and his sons, and set them apart to serve as priests to me. And speak to the children of Israel, saying, This is a set-apart anointing oil to me throughout your generations. It shall not be poured on the flesh of a man, and make no other like it, according to its composition. It is set apart. It is kodesh to you. Whoever compounds any like it, or whoever puts any of it on a stranger, shall be cut off from his people. And Yahuwah said to Moshe, Take sweet spices, fragrant gum, and cinnamon, and galbanum, and clear frankincense with these sweet spices, all in equal amounts. Then you shall make of these an incense, a compound work of a perfumer, salted, clean, set apart. And you shall beat some of it very fine, and put some of it before the witness of the tent of meeting, where I meet with you. It is the most set apart to you. And the incense which you make, do not make any for yourselves, according to its composition. It is set apart to you for Yahuwah. Whoever makes any like it, to smell it, he shall be cut off from his people.
Okie dokie. Thanks, Oz. All right, so we talked about the altar of incense, the wash basin, the anointing, the ingredients of the anointing oil that you're not allowed to make, and you're not allowed to use it on anybody except for the set apart and for what the purpose he said to. And then incense, how to make the incense. And again, you're not allowed to make it for yourself, to burn it in your house or anywhere else. It's just for the set apart place to Yahuwah. And if you do try to make the oil or the incense, which I've heard of a lot of people on the internet actually trying to do, you're going to be cut off. So you shouldn't try to do that. I would urge you to avoid that at all cost. I would not do it. Any thoughts, comments, or questions on this chapter 30? Sandra? Okay, we can't hear you.
So I was wondering, does this have anything to do with counting Yahusha's blood common? That's why they're set apart, not to count them as common. Would that be like a pre-type of thing?
Probably, yeah. Anybody else? JJ?
Disregard. I do have something, but I think I'll wait till next Shabbat to go over it, because I think we're getting somewhere, but I don't know if I'm going to spoil the whole thing or not. So I just, never mind, disregard.
Don't quench the ruach, Sister JJ.
JJ, all esteem
Well,
to you. Don't quench the ruach.
I always do that because I always get ahead of myself, but I'm seeing like this connection to Mary for some reason. I don't know why. Because it's his divine connection from the Shamayim to the earth, and she's a vessel, a holy, like he is placing his. Never mind. I don't know how to say it. I just feel like this is a whole, like a whole vision of Mary, like in the future, like because I was reading ahead and I'm not supposed to do that, but I did. And I was talking about overshadowing and how he comes like a cloud. And you know how in Luke 1, he talks about how when Gabriel comes and he's like a cloud and his ruach is going to overshadow her and stuff. So I just see it like as a foreshadow of being this related to Mary. So maybe I'm wrong.
Okay.
That was all I had to say.
Kimberly? Okay. Kimberly?
Well, when you're talking about eating the offering, that's talking about us communing with, like taking communion, because before the Passover, I think it was within the 7 days before, he was staked, for an atonement for us, that he stood up in the courtyard of the temple there, during the preparations. They were having a meal at preparation time. He stood up and he said, that to drink of, come unto me. He gave the wedding invitation. I go to prepare a place for you. And he said that to drink of me and eat of my flesh, drink of my blood and eat of my flesh. And if you, something to the part of, if you want to have any part with me. And so when they had, when the priests were eating that food, they were taking part with Messiah. That's my thought.
Yeah, I agree. This is sweet smelling fragrance is absolutely pointing towards the Messiah. The oils, the Ruach HaKodesh, and the incense would be the sweet smelling fragrance of the Ruach. And yeah, definitely pointing toward Yahusha.
So you're not blaspheming the Ruach HaKodesh, the unforgivable sin.
What's that?
So it's sort of like a type of the not to blaspheme the Ruach HaKodesh, the unforgivable sin. Kind of. Because if you use it, he said you're going to be cut off from his people. In other words, this is the anointing oil. And Yahusha is the anointing oil, Ruach Kadesh. Oh no. The living
Yeah,
oil.
I mean, yeah. Go to, hang on, let me turn my face on here. Go to 2 Corinthians.
2 Corinthians.
Yeah. So we'll go to 2 Corinthians. Let's say chapter 2, 14 through 16. Who wants to read that one? Go ahead, Chandra. 2 Corinthians 2, 14 through 16.
But thanks to Yahuwah, who always leads us on to overcome in Mashiach and manifesting us the fragrance of his knowledge in every place. Because we are to Yahuwah the fragrance of Mashiach among those who are being delivered and among those who are perishing. To the one, we are the smell of death, and to the other, the fragrance of light, to light. And who is competent for these?
There you go. So
Makes
there it
sense.
is.
Mm-hmm.
Should make sense now.
Yes.
That's the foreshadowing of that. Now, this next is the foreshadow of what she just read. And fulfillment through Yahusha. Right? And his body. All right. Everybody seeing that? I don't want to leave nobody behind there. We're all picking up what I'm laying down. All right. So yeah. I don't know. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions on chapter 30? Anything at all about today's study? We went through chapter 25 to chapter 30. I'm going to leave off here on 31 because it actually starts talking a little bit more about some other things. So we'll stop right there because I don't want to confuse. I mean, there's a lot to this tabernacle thing, and literally and spiritually, and a lot of prophecy in that too. A lot of things going on there, really. So that gives us enough to really think about, study about, and think about for the next week, which I hope all of you do. Like I said, this was the copy of the first temple. Let me throw up a picture of the first temple here. You can see the resemblance of it. All right. So the portable temporary copy is what we just read about, and it was pointing into the first temple, which is this. You can see the resemblance now. Maybe. So this would have been the first temple, Solomon's temple. And you can kind of see a little bit of resemblance here, right? Here's the outdoor altar. Whoever made this did do a great job because they put steps on the outdoor altar, which ain't right. And here's the wash basin. It should have been over here in the front of the steps, and when you went up into the temple. But I don't know if they laid this, if it was laid out like this, or somebody's just did a bad copy here. But anyway, it gives you an idea. There's a wash basin outside. There's an altar, an outside altar. And then there's the temple, and then you can see it's surrounded, and it has the courtyard and all that stuff. Okay. Then that was destroyed, and then they made a second temple.
Mark,
Yeah.
how did they carry these things on their backs when they packed up and moved, or did they have wagons? I'm in a loss here. They couldn't have brought any wagons with them. They did?
Yeah, I'm sure they had carts and ox, and donkeys, but some of the stuff they had to carry themselves on foot, such as the Ark of the Covenant and the outdoor altar, where it had those carrying sticks. They had to carry them themselves. So probably some of the stuff they bundled up and put on carts, and donkeys and things like that. Yeah. So all three really. But some of that they had to carry themselves, man. So here's the second temple. Basically, this is that little model that they have over in Jerusalem of what the second temple looked like. This was This again isn't really exactly right, but it gives us an idea, but it's not precise. Okay, and let's see, we have here's the Temple Institute we've been talking about all day. Well, here's their model of what they want the third temple to look like. Once they get permission to build it, this is what they want it. This is what it's going to look like. This is the model. I'll show it to you. So this is behind glass, bulletproof glass. So anytime an architect makes something, they always do a model of it. So here's their model of the third temple. See, it's behind glass. This is what they plan on putting. As soon as the government gives them permission, this is what they're going to put up there on the Temple Mount. You can see it's very similar to the second temple, isn't it? Very similar. So this is their model. This is what they want to put up there. It's in bulletproof glass. This is what I'm talking about, the Temple Institute in Jerusalem now. We've been talking about them all day. This is their model of the third temple. This is what they plan on erecting as soon as they get permission by the Israeli government. And then we have the Millennium Reign Temple. In Ezekiel 40 through 48, it describes it as looking like something like this. So there'll be a river coming out of it, and it starts off real shallow and gets deeper and deeper and deeper as it goes.
So is that one the Millennium Temple right there? This one?
Right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is Millennium. And then, of course, the eternal reign out of the new city that comes down from the Shemayim, from Yahuwah. There is no temple because Yahuwah is the temple. You can read about that in Revelations 21 if you want to. All right. I guess that's about it for pictures for the day. I'll see where there's anything else here. You know, when they melt down silver and gold to refine it and stuff, they smelled it, you know, so they melted down in these ovens or these vats to extreme temperatures, and it becomes like lava. And this is how they get the impurities and stuff out of it. And it's kind of important to understand that back in this time, they had huge fires, huge ovens, smelt ovens that they used, okay, to do this in order to build this, erect this temple, and all the stuff that they had to work this tabernacle. And so this is kind of a little bit of a view of this gold, smelted gold. Look at that. You can see how hot they had to get this oven in order to melt that gold down and to get it to be tried as pure gold. It's just totally insane, man. Extreme temperatures. So the Israelites, in order to do this work, would have to fire up these ovens and get them extremely hot so they could melt down the metal and the silver. Okay. And they couldn't let the fire go out overnight. They had to stoke it and they had to keep it going and getting hot and add to it because it took a long time to get it heated up. But once it was heated up, they didn't want it to cool down. They had to keep it hot. Oh, then there was a problem came, right? Called the Sabbath. And we're going to probably get into that next week. And we'll see what the Israelites had to do on the Sabbath about these furnaces that they had to maintain at a certain temperature. Never did they want them to cool down because it took a lot of effort to get them hot. Okay. Anybody that's ever worked in this type of environment understands what I'm saying. Especially for them. It took them a lot of work to get them ovens stoked up to where they could melt to that level of heat. So they didn't want them to cool down. All right. So we'll get into that more next week. Is there any other thoughts, comments, or questions about anything at all today? About today's study? We've been on here 4 hours. How about last night's study? Any comments, thoughts, or questions? Roz?
Yeah, I wanted to tell you on that thing for the 21 grams. I used to make balloon arches and stuff. And when you blow up, I mean, air doesn't have any weight to it, but when you blow it up in a balloon and it comes compressed and it's inside of something and you put them all on the thing, it's actually more weight on there than what you think. And that's what came to me about that thing about 21 grams.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. So what they did was they took a dead man and they weighed him, okay, before he died. And then after he died, they weighed him again, and they said he weighed 21 grams less. And so they said, well, that must be his spirit left and went to heaven. And this is why they said a spirit weighs 21 grams. That's nonsense. Okay, there's no proof of that. There's no scientific proof. That study doesn't even hold water. You can go online and look it up yourself. So I'm not going to sit here and scold you or give you a lecture about it. Read it yourself. You make your own mind. But really, there's no scientific backing for that study. It just kind of appeared on the internet and kind of spread like wildfire with no scientific proof of that. But that's what it's all about. Dead man weighed this much. They weighed him before he died. They weighed him after he died, he weighed 21 grams less, so his spirit must have left and went to heaven. Yeah, probably some Christian made all that up. I don't know. Okay, but here's the facts. Air does weigh something. And so our atmosphere is 14.7 inches, pounds per inch. That's what it weighs. So we have 14.7 pounds coming down on every square inch of our body because of the weight of the atmosphere. Okay. And, water weighs 8.34 pounds per gallon.
Mm-hmm.
And so water has weight. Okay. But a spirit, when we understand what a spirit truly is, where it's light energy, there's no weight to light. You cannot weigh light. Light doesn't weigh anything. So light is what the spirit is. I can show you at least, I don't know, 50 verses anyway that says Yahuwah's light. So there's no weight to a spirit, man. Just ain't. A spirit is not even controlled by or influenced by gravity of any sort. Even these black holes, that's the science points out, we have all these black holes. What a black hole is something, they say that it has intense gravitational pull, sucks anything that comes even with close to it into it, right? Well, spirits are not affected by gravitational pull. So they can go past a black hole, in and out of it, they can do whatever, and it's not going to have any effect on them. That's why they can float. That's why they can go up into the Shemayim and come back down. There's no gravitational influence on them because they have no weight. You have to have mass before gravity can affect you. And I know there's a lot of flat earthers out there says, oh, no, there's no such thing as gravity. We're on a flat earth inside of a big glass bubble. Well, more power to you, man. How does the spirits enter through the glass and come down here through the dome? I don't know. How thick is it? Explain the sun eclipse, a solar eclipse to me. Why does the South Pole and the North Pole have a weeks of sunlight with no darkness if the Earth's flat? And there's just, stupidity, man. I mean, this is just arguing for no reason. It don't matter, does it? It don't matter to me. I'll even give it to you. You can have it. Okay, there's flat, man. You got it, baby. I agree with you. Now let's go talk about Yahuwah. You can have it. I don't want it. I don't care. I do care about the knowledge of Yahuwah. Let's talk about that now. I gave you the flat earth, so what? That's all you. Now let's talk about the knowledge of Yahuwah. See what I'm saying? So we can go on and on about stuff like that, Does it really matter? No. But I know it's what Scripture says. It says Yahuwah is light. And if we want to worship Yahuwah, we have to come to the light. And I know what light is light is light energy you can't weigh light. Light has speed, but it doesn't have any weight. Light travels at, 286,000 miles per second or something like that? I don't know. Lightning strikes are like 200,000 miles per second. It's so fast we don't even see the strike. We just see the leftover shadow. It's already hit and gone. And we just see in the aftermath, the pattern, the shadow it left. We really don't even see the strike. It's too fast for our eyes. So there's things like that we know. Any other thoughts, comments, questions about last night? Any Thoughts, comments, or questions to Phyllis? Matter of fact, June, I got your book, man. So, yeah, I'm going to read that bad boy. Don't look too difficult.
No, it's easy. I actually reread through it myself, and there's a few, you know, just typo. It's not enough to bother with the text. I've already went in and repaired them, you know, on Amazon. But anyway, just overlook them. Just
We've been
stay
reading
with
your
the
book,
story.
too.
Yeah, we've been reading your book. I'm halfway through that thing, so got that
Yeah,
right.
I
I'm
got a lot of typos I'm correcting too.
yeah, I've marked a few of them. I thought, well, if you ever ask me, they're in here. But you know, you just can't help it when you've got this much material, and we're human, sad to say. So we're gonna have those.
I asked my wife, I said, how did we miss this? You know.
Yeah,
She's
that
like,
was. Yeah, that was what Phyllis caught me on. You know, there was a few grammatical where I was talking informally, you know, whatever that word is. But and I said, that's that country girl in me, you know, it just comes out. But I said, maybe I shouldn't change too many of them because that's me. You know? So oh well. But we're enjoying the book, and we're actually to the part to where we had forgery. And I mean, when you're looking at these pictures, it's obvious that that is not the sun. It's obvious. And when you were talking about the light last night, this is what I was thinking about, was this photo I actually went and got it. And I was like, there's just no way that's not the sun. I photographed the sun, I don't know how many times, and I always got those rays. This is totally different. So, I don't know how much obvious who it could.
Yeah. Okay. If y'all are wondering what we're talking about, June and I released books about the same time that we had written, and they're available on Amazon if you're interested in purchasing one and reading it. Don't do it now, though. Wait till tomorrow, or at least wait till the sun goes down. A lot of feedback on your mic there, Jen and Joe, for some reason today.
Yeah, I don't know. There it goes again. I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of feedbacks for some reason.
Maybe.
What kind of mic you got? Is it built in, or
it's just the build? It's a MacBook Air. Yeah.
Sometimes
Did you leave on YouTube?
Oh no, I've got all that off. I don't know why it's doing that today.
You sprayed it out with compressed air?
No, should I do that?
That's what I did one time, and it worked. I mean, don't put it right up against there, you know, but stay back and just, you know, and then see if that works. Sometimes there's like a speck of dust or something on it.
Oh, that could be.
It's not doing it right now, though.
I know it happened. It worked for me one time.
Okay.
Here's we're going to upload typo corrections very soon on that book I wrote. I've already got pretty much a whole list of the correct. I mean, I got a list of corrections. I don't have just a couple. I got a lot. So it's called His Marvelous Light. Lou did an ebook on it, and it's now ready at Amazon. Definitely ordered after the Shabbat. And if you want it, and Lou says use duct tape or WD-40. I don't know, on your mic. I don't know if that would work or not. So anyway, Thoughts, comments, questions, elaboration, communication. Anybody want to talk about something that happened to them in the past? Some type of metaphoric, some phenomenal event? Anybody see Yahuwah? Talk to Yahuwah lately?
I mean, the only special event I guess it happened in the past couple of weeks was a good friend of mine who I actually got the Natsarim version from Lou and Phyllis last time I saw you, Phyllis. I got the extra one. It was going to my good friend in Toronto, he's a very smart man. He's probably like top of doctors, chiropractors, osteopaths in the country here. Good friend of mine. And for years we've been debating the topic, right? And until I found the name and I started kind of, he's been very well studied in scripture, and he's from Greece, so he's Orthodox, right? He's an Orthodox Christian. And then so slowly throughout the years I've been kind of like, talking to him, but I'm not that, I guess, eloquent in the way how I can, like many of you can speak and just like pull out verses out of your mind and like, like kind of have a very like a more, I guess, like articulately debate in regards to scripture. I'm not there yet. So I've never been like able to like really talk to him like that. However, I bring things up to him. And anyway, last time I bought for him a while back the Fossilized Customs book. And I bought it for him. Anyway, I bought it, and then he sent me a message just like, dude, I can't believe what you have done to me, And I was like, yeah, man, it's crazy, right? It's like it's like messed up. And then he started kind of like looking at the truth, right? And then after that, we were still in Texas, and I told him, yeah, I'm going back to Canada. And he's like, and I'm stopping and seeing Lou White and picking up some scriptures. And he's like, oh, can you get me the other books from, like the other ones from the Fossilized Customs, right? He wanted like other 3 or 4 books from Lou White. I was like, for sure, man. But I ended up buying him a scripture without him to ask me for it. Like I just bought it for him. And just like maybe like 2 weeks ago, like I had given it to him a couple of months ago when I came back to Toronto. And a couple of weeks ago, he just sends me a message, and he finally say his name on a message. He finally like, say his name, Yahuwah. And it's been like years of like, trying to progressively, because he is a very smart man, like very smart and high professional person, and very well studied in scripture. However, he just studied KJV, right? So, like for him to actually, like for me to hear from him that he acknowledged the name of Yahuwah, it's a great victory for Yahusha and to have finally how do you say it? Have this crossover with him. It's been a work of years with him, but all seems to Yahuwah ultimately. That's my
really cool, man. Congratulations on the fruit.
Your microphone was reverberating or echoing.
Mine was?
No, Oz was. I think
they all are doing that. There's a weird echo.
You said that you wanted to hear if anybody had any encounters with Yahuwah. My most spectacular encounter with Yahuwah was when a very large ball of light that could not fit in my room yet did entered my room, and it's been about 3 years ago. That's what brought me to the Basora of Yahuwah, of Natsarim, because he came to the end of my bed and he waited until I was awake. I was wide-eyed. I could see my whole room, my husband, everything. And then he said from that ball of light, "This is to know me and to know and understand my words." And then my body like fell through the bed and through the floor, and we flew out with the planets. And I was keeping my eyes on him, but there was so much balls of light and sparkles around me that I finally turned and looked and realized that I was in the Milky Way. And then whew, I was sucked back into my body, and he was still there at the bottom of my bed, the light just glowing. And I knew what he was fixing to say this time, so I repeated it with him so I wouldn't forget. This is to know me and to know and understand my word. That's when I realized I had the wrong version, because that had never happened to me before. And now, when I read the scriptures, I realize the words knowledge and understanding is throughout the whole scripture.
All righty. That's quite a testimony there. You had me engulfed. Anybody else got something they want to say? Don't be shy. Don't quench the ruach. Hey, June, this guy here wants to see that book again. Can you hold it up for him? That's what it looks like, Rich. Just go to Amazon and type in His Marvelous Light, and it'll pop right up.
Can I mention something about the book?
Oh,
On one, when you get into the book, that picture that's on the front, you'll see two pictures. One will be like that one, and the other one you'll see where the light had moved and the sun wasn't there. That wasn't the sun. And that was a testimony that was real light because it actually moved. And there's a picture. Yeah. There's the light.
Yeah, there it moved. Yeah. Yeah, so what she's saying is the original photo moved. Have you ever heard of a picture moving, becoming animated? If not, read the book, because it happened. And we have proof of it because we have a picture of it. And we're not the only ones that saw that. Lou White saw that as well. And so did several other people. MOI. We watched it move right in front of our eyeballs. Who's ever heard of that? So, yeah, there's a lot of interesting things in that book. If you want to grab it and read it, I think you'll be well pleased. Lou White said, well, here, he's saying it right here. He said, chapter 14 will change you, and Mark's wife shares the truth. Yeah, so my wife gives her testimony of what she actually saw for the first time. She's never spoken about it before to anybody except for me. And she gives her testimony here in this book for the first time ever. You get to hear her experience in her own words. And she wrote this chapter. I didn't write it, she did. So these are her words. And Lou said this is his favorite chapter, was her testimony. So it's a doozy for sure.
June, what's the name of your book again?
The Song of Africa. So if you got it. JJ's got it. The Song of Africa, June Manning, and you just put that into the Amazon line. It is fiction, but it is about someone who comes to know Yahuwah and lives their life for Yahuwah. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I started it, man. It's interesting. No, grab your attention real quick.
Well, you know, it's fiction, but it has truth throughout the whole thing. So yeah. And that was the whole point, was to share the truth of Yahuwah with others. So hopefully trying to get those people to pick up that book and get interested in it. And then by the time they get to chapter 20 something, then they're going to be saying, wow, maybe I need to be asking myself these questions. So there you have it.
Lou wants you to hold that book up again. He wants everybody to look at the light and notice that it's brighter than the paper it's printed on. June. You can probably just hold the cover up there. Oh, you're talking about the one that moved? I think he's just talking about
the one that moved.
that one too. I mean, look at it, still moves. If you look at it long enough, it'll start moving too.
Well, it actually, even when you're on the page in the book, it hurts my eyes.
It hurts your eyes.
For just a minute, it starts hurting my eyes and I have to look away from it. And I've never experienced that before, especially not with just a photograph.
Yeah. Everybody says that.
Yeah.
I want you to hold the cover up.
See how bright it is? It's insane.
Why you look at it moving? Is it not moving? It's moving to me.
Hey, Mark, do you have like a more affordable version on Amazon? Like it shows in my Amazon shows like $70, man.
It's not that much.
No,
Maybe it's because of Canada. I think that does happen.
But
yeah.
We're not on the wealthy side of town.
There is an ebook. There is an ebook, and there's going to be a smaller book.
Oh, I see.
So just give that time to come out.
I think Lou said the ebook just became available. So you could get the ebook. It's probably cheaper up there for that. The reason that one there is more expensive because it's a hardcover and it's full format. It's 11 by 8, full size paper and high quality paper and high quality color pictures. You don't get photo colored pictures like that in any book. I mean, everything's high quality to it. But you can get the soft cover. That's cheaper, and you can get the ebook, which is a whole lot cheaper. Or like Phyllis said, you can wait for the 6x9, which would be quite a bit cheaper. But I would highly recommend the hardcover because it's sweet. But you might want to wait for my correction, for me to submit them corrections to Lou and him to put them in there. So it won't take long for that to happen, about a week. They'll continue to sell the book, but it'll take them like 3 days, 4 days to go over the corrections. Then they'll release the update. So you may want to wait for that, but the errors aren't horrible. And Peggy said she bought it, and she said she was looking at the light too long, and it left spots before her eyes. There's a disclaimer on the back of that book, June, that says not to stare at the light, isn't there? Look at the back. Read that disclaimer. See that disclaimer in red?
Warning, powerful stuff inside. Staring at his light may hurt your eyes.
See? There's a disclaimer. It's not my fault. Yeah, it's crazy how white that light is. 6x9 will soon release in color and black and white both. You know what size 6x9 is, right? It's like this. That's a 6x9. So that book there's big. It's 11 by 8, like printer paper size, and high quality paper with colored photos. So it's not a small book. All right. And I have another one coming. probably won't hit the market for a couple more months. I'm guessing. Probably be another 2 or 3 months before it comes out. But I'm really advanced in it. So I'm like at page 300 or something right now. So so far there's only a couple photos, not much, not too many photos in that one. Lou Watts said, this is a modern day miracle Yahushua is doing to awaken the chosen ones that the time is near. And it absolutely is. You know, there's a lot of books about people dying and visiting hell and dying and visiting heaven, and his son died and visited heaven and all this other stuff, but there's no proof. The only proof you have is the author's word. Come to find out, half of them have already admitted they lied. After they made millions of dollars, they admitted they were lying in the book. This book here is a true story, and I present a lot of evidence, photographic evidence in it. Even with a professional photographer's certificate of authenticity, stating that the pictures were never originally straight off the camera or never tampered with. And a lot of scriptural verses to back it all up as well. So
I love the glossary. I'm really glad you put the glossary in there to explain all the Paleo-Hebrew words. And I really like, it's one of my favorite parts.
Yeah, there's a pretty heavy glossary in the back. They got a lot of words. Mostly, try to put more common words in there that we should know in the Hebrew language, just to understand scripture better. But it's pretty good glossary. All right. So you know what this all leads to, right, June? You know what all this is, the conclusion of all this is, don't you? You don't see it coming yet? Me and you co-authoring a book together. That's why
I'm up for that. I'm making your notes out. Anybody who's interested in those notes and that too, I was hoping that maybe the notes would help you to go in and make a study of those notes so you can look back at those and see what
Well, what I was thinking was those were your notes. Would be for you to do, to put all your notes together and elaborate on all them notes and get the book going. And then once you're done, then you can send it to me and I'll edit it and I'll send it.
Oh, there you go.
And I'll edit and I'll send it back to you, and you edit and I'll send it back to me.
That could go on for years. I don't know if we have that much time.
Peggy, your book.
Oh, that's sweet, Peggy. Love you, Peggy.
On June's book, yeah. All right. So, comments, thoughts, questions? Anybody? Ross, you tell me you ain't got something miracle you've seen and nothing's happened to you?
I've seen some things. I'm kind of, my brain right now is kind of.
All right. Well, I got a whole list of things I've seen, but I'm not going to bore y'all to death with them.
Give us one.
That UFO in Europe.
Oh, the UFO in Europe. Wow. I haven't thought about that in a long time. Okay, so I was probably 19 years old. And I was in the Army and stationed over in Germany. And we had just completed a 2-week war games, international war games. And we were coming back. Well, we couldn't get all the equipment on the train. In Europe, they travel by train a lot. And we couldn't get everything on there. So they brought in semi-trucks with flatbeds. And we put our equipment up on that flatbed, and I was selected to ride with the truck driver. And there was 2 of them. And so my friend was in one truck with that truck driver. I was in the lead truck with the other truck driver. And so we were going down the Autobahn, which is a highway, and they just talking. It was in the middle of the day, maybe toward evening. And we were talking and everything. And all of a sudden we looked over and we saw this huge thing. And we didn't know what it was. And we were looking at, what is that, man? We're like, I don't know. And I said, that looks like one of those towers, like in Seattle, that needle thing with the round thing on it. I said, it looks like one of those, that needle in Seattle type looking thing. And we kept talking, closer and closer we got. We started going, what is that? And pretty soon we realized what it was. And we got within a quarter of a mile of it, I would say. And then we got closer and closer. We was right next to it. And here it was, this gigantic UFO. It looked like 2 saucer plates. Looked like this. I'll show you. Looked like this. These 2 things here. And it not down on top of each other like this, but with a small gap like this. Okay. And around the gap was a windows. And we could see in there, and we could see white lights inside of it. And we were like looking, and we were like totally blown away. And this thing was the size of a football stadium. That's how big it was. It wasn't small. It was huge, like a football stadium size. And it was hovering right above the trees next to the Autobahn. And so the trees weren't that far away. You know how close trees are to the highway. They don't cut all, there was just some grass strip there, but there was the trees. Well, it was hovering right above the trees. I mean, right above the tops of the trees like that. And so we got up there right next to it, and we're just blown away. And the only thing we kept saying was, or I kept saying, he wasn't saying nothing. He was freaked out. But I kept saying, what is that? What is that? And we were right next to it. I mean, I probably could have, at the time, I probably could have threw a baseball and hit that thing with the baseball, because I had a pretty good arm on me. And that's how close it was. And it stayed there for, I guess a good 30 seconds. We were blown away by this thing. And then all of a sudden, this thing takes off. Gone. And within, I'm going to say 2 seconds, maybe 3, that thing was so far away, it looked like a star. That's how small it got. And then all of a sudden, it was gone. Within the next second or 2, it was totally gone. You couldn't see it anymore. That's how fast it took off. And so we pulled over, and we were sitting there right side of that thing, staring at it, right? And we got out of the truck, and when that thing took off, and I looked at that guy and I said, what was that? And he didn't say a word. And this guy, I talked to him, he wouldn't talk. So then by now, here come that other truck that was following us. So they pulled up. It was kind of down a downslope, sort of like, and they pulled up, and I went running over there to them, and they stopped. And he rolled down his window. I said, did you guys see what we saw? What are you talking about? I said, we just saw a UFO, man. And they started laughing like a couple hyenas. And they said, give us some of that stuff you guys smoking up there. I said, we ain't smoking nothing, man. We just saw a UFO. I said, come and ask your buddy. I said, go ask your buddy. He saw it. And so they got out of the truck, and they came walking up there where that guy was still standing there. He didn't even move or say a word. And he went up and they started talking. He wouldn't say nothing. He didn't answer anybody. He was like froze. And so pretty soon we said, well, we better get going. And then he did move, and he went and he got back up in the truck. I jumped up in there, and they went and got in their truck, and we took off, right? Okay, so we had about another, I'm going to say 100 miles or so to get to where we were going. And the entire time, that guy never said one word to me. Not one, not even, He didn't shake his head. He didn't do nothing all the way back. And I kept doing this. Man, at least shake your head and acknowledge that you saw that UFO. And he wouldn't even do that. I said, come on, man, just say that you saw it. That's all I need you to do. He wouldn't do that. Not one word from that guy. We got all the way back. We unloaded everything. He took off without saying one word to me about that incident. And so that's what it was. Go ahead, Kimberly.
I had something similar happen. There was 4 of us in the car, and we were going on Highway 90 between Liberty into Houston, and all of us saw it and acknowledged it. Matter of fact, it was going to cross the highway, and I didn't want to cross under it, and I commanded it to stop, and it paused. I went on through, and then it continued. And I asked the boys in the back seat, I said, did you see that? And they said, yeah. And I didn't ask the 50-year-old girl that was sitting beside me if she'd seen it. We get home, and Sherry says, man, you should have seen that. I go, what did you see? Because I never said it out loud what we saw, The boys said, man, it's a big spaceship. It was a circular disc with lots of lights on it. And it was not small. It was not small at all. Anyway, she could remember, but the boys couldn't. The boys that were in the back seat couldn't remember. It's like they got a mind wipe.
Yeah. Lou White says those are flying saucers are made by by men, given the technology by the demons to make them. That's what he says they are. Yeah, the one time when we were in high school, we were all running around in a car together. There was like 6 of us, maybe 7, all in the same car. We used to pile in to them cars, man. We just all pile in there, right? So there was a bunch of us were in there, and we're going down this road heading home, and all of a sudden this one kid looked over. He says, he goes, oh wow, look over there, man. He says it looks like stairs, and with people walking up the stairs. And we looked over there, and everybody's going, yeah, it does. And so pretty soon we pulled over, and everybody got out, and we're standing there staring at it. And man, I mean, you didn't even have to use your imagination. It was like the sunset was behind it, and there was some clouds up there and the clouds below. And there was this staircase going from the bottom cloud to the top cloud, in perfect staircase. And you could see the shape look like humans walking up this staircase, going up. I mean, it was plain as day. And so we're all freaking out. And we said, nobody had a camera. We didn't have cell phones back then. And so we said, somebody said, I can't remember who it was, said, I got a camera at home. Let's go get it. And so we jumped back in the truck and car, and we took off, man, driving real fast to get to this kid's house. And we get in, he goes in and grabs his camera, and he comes running out with it, and it was gone. So we never got a picture of it. But there was a bunch of us saw that. I mean, it was plain as day. I think about that often still. The only thing that comes to my mind on that was, Joshua's dream, right? His vision of the ladder. That's what comes to my mind when I think about what happened that day. Yeah.
You know what the target sign looks like? Where it's red and then white and then red. I saw a hot pink disc about 15 inches around, and it was in my room, and it filled the whole room with light, and I could see through the middle. I couldn't see through. It was hot pink. Then it was a clear, a see-through pink, and then it was another solid pink. It was on its side like this, and it had like, I don't know, I kind of describe it as a docking portal or something on there, and it had red and green lights where that was. And then it also it kind of went like a wave into the center, and I don't know. I don't know what it was. I woke up, this was like 4:00 in the morning, and I woke up and I saw it. I didn't say anything. I just looked at it, and it didn't say anything. It was quiet. And then it went like this and went into this closet. So I don't know what it was. Got small and couldn't see anymore.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I saw a little girl one time. This was really weird. It was about midnight or so, and my son and I, he was about, I'd say he was 13 at the time, and he was sitting in a chair that was in the corner, and then there was a doorway that if you went into this hallway through the doorway, you went straight ahead was the bathroom. There was a couple of bedrooms to the left and right, and so there was that doorway there, and then on the other side of the doorway was a wall, the living room, right, and that's where the couch was, and I was sitting on the couch. My son was sitting in the corner in the chair on each side of that walkway, the doorway, right? And so we're watching a movie together, and we're the only ones up. And I'm sitting there watching this movie, and then out of the corner of my right eye, I saw this little girl standing in the doorway, and she was dressed in all white. Her face was white, her hair was white, everything was white. White is that light on that book. And I just sat there, and I didn't turn my head or freak out. I just kind of sat there and kind of turned my head a little bit, but I was looking at her out the corner of my eye, and I could see her plain as day. It was definitely a little girl, about 8 or 9 years old. And I just sat there looking at her, and then after the movie went into a commercial break, and as soon as that commercial came on, she was still standing there. And all of a sudden, I just sat there still until she turned around and she walked away toward the one bedroom and then was gone, right? So I turned over to my son. And I said, "Did you just see what I saw?" And he goes, "Yeah, a little girl dressed in a white dress standing right there by the hallway." I didn't even say anything to him. And he said exactly what I saw. I mean, hysterically. And I said, "Yeah, I saw her too." So what that was, I don't know, man. But I saw her plain as day.
Yeah.
Ain't no mistaking what I saw. And he saw it too. Yeah, it's really cool when you see something like that that's unexplainable and somebody else sees it too. That's what's cool, man. Then you know you're not nuts, because they saw it. If you see it by yourself, you got to question your sanity. Man, am I going insane or something? Man, what's wrong with my mind, right? But not when somebody else sees it, or more people than two. If 3 or 4 see it, man, hey, it's there. You can't dispute it.
When I was a realtor, I went into we did a lot of HUD homes and Fannie Mae's and things like that. And this was in Chalmette, where this was after Katrina. This was it was the blocks that it was on. It was right next to, I forget, Valero was the one that spilt over, or maybe it was another one. But anyway, it was that big, one of those big things. When the water came, it shifted it some, and so it spilled a lot of oil over there. So a lot of the houses had been taken down. Well, and there was also deaths over there, I believe. Well, when I went into it, I'm taking pictures because it was the first day I'd ever seen the house. Took pictures of it, the initial walk around, and then pictures also for listing it. And because you have to do it for detail, and I kept seeing spots in my pictures, and I thought it was smudges. And so I'm cleaning, and I'm getting aggravated because I'm cleaning because I worked at Home Depot too, as well as being a realtor. And so I kept cleansing my lens, and I'd take a picture and the same thing would happen. And then in one of the pictures when I got home, it actually had a body floating in there, and it was white, and there was orbs in there too. So, but it was at least 3 or 4 things, and in different rooms. It wasn't just in one room. So.
Anybody else see anything? Now, what is all this telling us, man? It means there's more to this world than we think, huh? There's got to be an interdimensional realm or something. I mean, it's got to be something other than what we perceive as our reality. Go ahead, Kimberly.
Well, this one I've only told one person because I don't know what to think of it. We were all asleep. Everybody in the house was asleep, and I could hear in my subconscious someone saying jacket, jacket. And I opened my eyes, and there was a powder blue being with a football head. I mean, it was more white than blue, and she had a what would you call it? A scuba gear type clothing on, and she said it again. She said jacket, jacket. And then I heard one of the babies coughing, and it was Winter. And I said, okay, you've delivered your message. You must go. Because I've always been taught that you don't just sit there and talk to angels. But for a second, I just stared at her, and I was thinking, oh my God, God made you so beautiful. She was so beautiful. It was a female. I knew it. And then I've told other ministers about it, and they said that I definitely saw a demon. But I'm going, well, why would a demon just tell me that my baby need a blanket over it? You know? And sure enough, he didn't have a shirt on, and he was shivering, and he was coughing when I got upstairs. So I'll take it either way, whether it's demonic or not demonic. I did not entertain until she got through with her message, and I told her she needed to go back to the Father.
Wow. Anybody else?
There was another house that I went into about 5 minutes or so from my house that I was in at the time. And when I went into there, I was showing it to a person. I had like a really cold, like a drop of ice cold water on my shoulder. And I felt like it was filled full of stuff. So I felt like somebody had died in there. And they were just getting rid of the whole kit and caboodle with the house. And I felt my arm, there was no wet there. And then afterwards, after I left there, I knew what had happened, that something had touched me. But, I don't know what to say about it.
Yeah, I've only had a few things happen to me that when I was alone, I'd say 90% of the things I've experienced, somebody else was with me, which is really cool. But I have experienced a couple things, by myself. But I don't like that because it makes you question if you're nuts or not, And but when somebody else sees it and they're with you, man, there's no questioning then that it really happened. I mean, no way 2 people or more are crazy. You know what I mean? So, yeah. But I have seen things by myself, and it's a little bit different. I don't usually talk about them. But anybody else got anything? How about you, Chance? You ever experience any phenomena?
Oh man. Oh yeah. I won't get in too deep because you will think I'm crazy, and I don't need a trip to the insane asylum today. So I'll keep it cool. But so I was at work. I told you about this one, Mark, about the tree.
Oh, yeah.
So I was at work. I'm a janitor, just clean, take out garbage, and pushing this big old garbage pan around, and I'm going around in a corner in this hospital, and like I was fully moving, full motion, pushing this dumpster, and all of a sudden it got like hazy or something, like the sharpness of everything started to go away. Like when you mess with the sharpness on your TV, everything starts to unsharpen and it gets a little blurry. And next thing you know, I'm looking in this flat plane, and in the very middle of this area, there's this giant tree, and at the top of the tree, it's glowing. And I remember looking at this tree. It's brief and it wasn't as sharp as I was like to envision of it. But I was looking at the trunk of the tree, and as I was going up like that, looking up, I remember my breath getting knocked clean out of me, like as I got higher and higher and higher, the more amazing this tree looked. And it's huge. This tree was so huge. Now to this day, I still ask the Father Yahuwah, what was this? But I was clearly what's really hard about it is my body was left sitting there holding on to the dumpster, and I completely, like, my brain left my consciousness went out of my head. So I was left, my body was literally holding on to this dumpster, but I was elsewhere. I was gone. I was not with my body no more. And all of a sudden my vision started to come back, and I'm looking around, and I got the presence on me. I got so much heat and bumps all over my body, and I'm just I could not do anything but praise Yahuwah. I said, what happened? Where did I just go? I have so many questions, but I just needed to absorb what just had taken place. Now, there's a lot of places in scriptures that my mind can go to in this matter. We could think of the tree of life. We can think of the menorah. There's a lot. I still pray for discernment, and I ask tirelessly to go back to see this tree, because this tree was amazing. The golden tips of this tree, there was nothing else that I could see, but my vision was hazy, so it wasn't as sharp as I would like it to be. But as I looked at this tree in this giant plain, I didn't have breath anymore. My breath started to leave me as I was looking up to the top of the tree. I could no longer bear it. It was so powerful and amazing looking. I could no longer bear the vision of this tree. It was so magnificent and beautiful. As I was going up the trunk like this, looking up, by the time I got to the top to see the light, I couldn't even breathe anymore. And I started, whoa, this is it's too much. It's too amazing, and then I came back to my body, and here I am holding a dumpster. I'm like, oh, I'm back here again, huh? Dang, I'm back here again, so I had to go back into my body and continue pushing this dumpster, thinking about what just had happened to me. But it was, I'll never forget that one. There's many more I've had, but this one was imagine walking down a Cub Foods aisle, pushing a cart, and all of a sudden you leave your body and you go look at this tree, and then you come back to the cart and you're like, what the heck what's going on? You pinch yourself. You wonder if you're still real. You don't even know what just happened. You just left somewhere else and came back, and you're sitting here holding on to a dumpster, and I'm looking around like, Thank goodness I'm by myself here, because yeah, you can only imagine what my face looked like. No, I thank Yahuwah though, man. That was, that was something to behold, and I asked for discernment on that always. Breathtaking, beautiful vision there that was. And this was you and I walking around. You know what I mean? It wasn't like I was laying on a bed on my head on a pillow or anything. This was literally out in the world, walking like goodbye. Body left there, standing there holding the dumpster, probably like this. All of a sudden you come back and you're like, oh, whoa, whoa. So I don't know, that's my good one.
Huh. Wow.
Yeah, that one was intense. I even got the feeling on me right now. It's like fire's on me right now as I tell you this witness. I'm just elevated already just telling you that witness. It's that powerful. That tree was something to behold, man. I ask all the time, laying on my bed, Abba, can I see that tree? Can I come back? But I think, I'm being selfish in this matter, and he'll give me that understanding. It keeps me coming back, you know what I mean? Asking, it's part of our relationship. That thing was amazing, my brothers and sisters. That tree that I'm talking about here, it's just like golden up here. All of it on the top is golden, like glow. And the tree is so giant in stature that you have to look up the trunk like this. And then as you go up, up, and up, by the time you get to the top, you don't even have breath left in you to enjoy it anymore. You're like, it's like holding your breath underwater. You just lose all your breath as soon as you get to the top. That's what it felt like.
I can kind of relate to that. I kind of felt that way a little bit when I went up to the redwood forest up in Northern California. Saw them big redwood trees. That was very spiritual, believe it or not, man. I mean, that was amazing spiritual encounter up there. I was like blown away, man, by the size of them trees, man. And it was like, this is proof that Yahuwah was real when I was looking at them things, man. I don't know. It was a very deep spiritual encounter around them redwoods, like you're saying, But
what happened? Did you feel the presence on you and everything?
Yeah, absolutely. The whole place seemed to be encompassed in his spirit, man. I was just crazy feeling. It's very spiritual for sure. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. There's so many things that comes to my mind, and but I'll tell you a funny one. My mother, she's in her 80s, and I've been talking to her about Yahuwah and everything for a while, and of course she's, how older people are old-fashioned, and it's hard to get them to readjust the way they think. They're set in their ways, right? And so anyway, I've been talking to her about for a long time and everything, and we had a real heavy conversation, and I think sometimes I would make her mad because she would just take the phone and sit it down and walk away, and I'd be just basically talking to the air, right? And then if I would call her, she'd come back over and pick it up real quick and say, yeah, and then she put it back down. I could tell what she was doing, But anyway, she gets up, she goes down to the grocery store one day, and she gets down there and she's looking for a place to park, right? So she's driving up and down, the aisles looking for a open parking place, right? And she turns on this one aisle, and she said all of a sudden this real bright white light engulfs her. She couldn't see nothing but this white light. So she hit the brakes, she stopped, and she was just sitting there in the aisle, the grocery store, and the parking lot, and this white light's all around her. And she says, she put it in park. She says, is that you, Yahusha? Can you imagine that? she just said she couldn't see nothing else but that bright light for a long time, and then it finally went away. And when after it went away, she says some guy was standing there staring at her, and she just looked at him, and he goes, "Are you all right?" She goes, "Yeah, I'm just trying to find a place to park." And he goes, "Oh, I thought that was probably what you were doing." And then she put it in drive and took off, went back home, didn't even go into the grocery store. Is that crazy? That was pretty funny.
Does your mom walk with Yahuwah?
Semi, yeah.
Okay.
I'm
That's
not
interesting.
really know how convinced she is of the truth, but she's there. She's crossed over. She doesn't do Christmas anymore or any of that kind of stuff. And she says Yahuwah and Yahusha and all that. But she's still set in her ways because there's a lot of tradition there when you get that old, from your ancestors and all that, especially where she's from, because it's, when you're from Virginia, West Virginia area, there's deep roots there. And so, she has those deep roots that she can't really quite dig out. And then she's under the influence of my siblings, uncle and her sisters and brothers and all that too. You know what I'm saying? And so she's doing all right for her age, I would say, yeah.
Hey, those calling upon the name of Yahuwah shall be delivered. That's what it says.
That's what it says.
Hallelujah. It means he put his name on her.
Right.
Goodness gracious. Woo.
So anyway, it was funny. I thought it was funny at the time. She wasn't using the name, at all at that time. But then when that light engulfed her, she's like, "Is that you, Yahushua?" She says the name, Oh boy. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions?
I got another one. I guess I'll share.
Okay.
So as back in my younger days, no comment on the younger days, but just say younger days, right? I'm moving through this grocery store pushing a cart. There's this older man, and he had like a ripped up hat that had a bent curve right here. And I'm pushing the cart down the aisle like this, and me and him come like this. And which way you gonna go? I'll go left, you go right, and we go and I'm like, I'm just kidding, you go ahead. And I gave him the right of way. He stops his cart and comes walking straight up to me. And man, when I tell you the encounter that just happened here, so I don't have the name or nothing yet. I'm completely in the way, not in the way at all, just having a hard life. This man comes up to me. I don't even know if his lips were moving when he was talking to me, but I was completely frozen, stuck. And he moved away from his cart, and this old man come walking up to me with bright blue eyes. His hat's built like this, so you could barely see his eyes, like that, like a curved hat, like a baseball cap. And he's talking to me, and he was saying all this stuff, and it was like inside of my head. It wasn't so much just hearing it through my ears. He was talking inside, and I remember him keep telling me, he's like, "Don't worry, you'll do well. You'll be alone, but you'll do well." And that's what he kept doing. And I prayed for some discernment on this, and I realized I was being strengthened at that time by whatever this old man was that was standing before me. And he was strengthening me because these words consistently keep coming back to me. Don't worry, you'll do well. You'll be alone. Don't worry, you'll do well. You'll be alone. And this strengthens me till this day. I don't remember everything this man said to me, but this man was speaking into me, not just in my ear. He was speaking into my body. And I remember this happening. Remember, I didn't have the name of our Creator yet. I didn't know who Yahusha was. I was completely in the world. And, me and him had a shopping cart, and we were coming together, and we were both going to run into each other. And how it interacted is, "Oh, I'll go this way, you go this way. Oh, you go this way, I'll go this way." And I just was like, "Oh, I'm just kidding, man. You go ahead. Go ahead." And he looked at me with these sharp eyes, and he walked straight up to me, and he spoke straight into my body. And till this day, I am strengthened by those words, you know? So, and this is an old frail man, like bright blue eyes, like curved hidden under this bill of his hat, hunched over his cart, and he walked straight up to me, and it was if the world, people were like shopping still, and me and him were talking, and nobody even noticed we were talking in the middle of the aisle. Everybody was going about their business, shopping and getting items for their cart. Me and him were just like in this frozen here in this bubble, me and him just alone talking. Everybody else, the world continued, but me and him were alone in this bubble talking. And wow, I could feel the presence on me right now. That was something else right there. But the fact that them words still strengthen me today, hallelujah. You know, he strengthens me till this day. That old man, I'll never forget it. And he disappeared. I was like, after I went out to the car, I started to cry a little bit in my eyes. I'm like, man, I want to go find this man. Where is this man at? I was going to go try to find, he gone. He gone. He's not even around no more. And I want to remember his words, all the things that he was telling me. But the important parts was I was going to be alone and I'll do well. That's what he said. Oh, that's another one.
Wow. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say they've talked to people and then they were gone. They couldn't find them.
Well, the words were so impactful. By the time I got to my car to put the groceries in there and go about my business, I started to cry, like hard. Like I'm talking about that deep cry within, the groan within cry, not just a man, that was cool. Now this one was like, ooh, like deep inside there, deep in ruach cry. And I just remember crying. I'm like, I put down the visor in the car, and I'm like, man, I gotta go back in here and find this dude. I'm trying to wipe off the tears, but I'm just weeped out. I'm beat up. These words really, they hit a chord in me that just, the levees broke, man. I was in there just weeping. I wiping off the tears. I'm like, I'm gonna go back in here and find this man. This man knows something. He got something going on here, and I'm like, yeah. But he strengthened me, probably to this day. Probably for this moment. It's pretty amazing.
Wow. Anybody else got one they want to share? Come on now. Don't be shy.
Y'all see this?
What is it? Not really. Yeah, kind of light or something there.
It's actually a man. It's a cloud. Had a rainbow. Had the.
What is it? What book is it? No.
I took this picture. I didn't even know what I was taking because it was very bright outside, and I just angled the camera up and I took the picture, and that's what came out. I'll send it to you so you can see. Oh, there's been a couple of times when I've been driving and I'm really tired, and I have fallen asleep right before. This was when I was coming from Shemoth. Fallen asleep on the highway. This was like at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. I'd been working pretty much since the morning before, because it was when the Shemoth store had a fire, and I went over there to go help them out, and I was just really exhausted. And those median things that are the cement things that divide a highway that are big, they're like about 3.5 feet or so high. I was about maybe 75 or 100 feet from running into the middle of because I was driving a truck, and it would have hit me mid engine, mid-engine. So, but all of a sudden I felt like a shock wave in my feet, and somebody had said that was my a messenger around me, or the Father, or something that did that. I was awakened. This was before I was into the truth. And that's happened to me several times where I've been awakened like that.
Ah. Well, anything else anybody wants to share?
I've got something that was recent. It's been about 3 months, and my camera's not keeping up with me all the time. But I was in a little Kia Rio, and so 2 lanes one way, 2 lanes another, and I was coming up a hill, and and it's actually a little bridge, but it's got a deep culvert, right? And I was closer to the middle lane. Then I saw this truck. It was in the middle of the night. I saw these 2 cars coming down the hill, and the truck that was at the front started coming over toward us. So I moved over to the next lane, and he kept coming. But I chose not to go over anymore. I thought, if I'm going to get hit, I don't want to get flipped over the bridge side. I don't want to be upside down in water. So I just didn't even say anything out loud. I said, God, if I'm going to go, I would rather not go like this, but I commit my spirit unto thee. And I go, here it comes. All in my head in just a split second, right? This truck hit with, hit half, right? Half of his bumper was in the middle of my bumper, half of my bumper was in the middle of his. And it just passed right through us. I looked through in the back mirror, and there he is. And I go to the boys. I said, did you see that? Did you see that? And they go, yeah, we did. We get home and they can't remember it again. I don't know, understand. They go, why my kids can't hold the spirit in them. But I felt the impact. I felt half of my body being crushed all the way down. And I felt the, like, a crushing dip into my head. And I knew that we must have made contact, and God changed it back. He turned us back. He turned back our being, like it says in the I think it's Psalms 23, right? He turned back my being in a flash, and our car was not affected. I got me a big truck after that. I trust God, right? I trust Elohim, but still, it spooked me enough and I had numbness on my face and the left side of my body for the next 3 days. I went and got me a big truck.
I don't blame you.
I sent that picture to you in the email. It just says photo on it.
Oh, okay.
There was another time that this was when I was going up to Pennsylvania, and it was highway, I think 80. I was going up, and I'd been on the road for like 4 days because I'd gone from right outside of New Orleans up to South Dakota, and then over to Pennsylvania. It was a lot of hours that I was driving. And this truck came full force into the back of my vehicle and went forward some, but not very much. And I had a cat and a dog in there with me, and the cat went forward some. But and the vehicle was totaled, but there was 3 things behind my head that I was saved from. It was 2 mops and a broom, and they hit the headrest rather than me. If they'd hit me, they would have pierced my skull. So I was saved from that. But I also feel like there was an arm that stopped me from going forward. And so I was I was saved from that too. So, and then there was another time I was taking a shower and all of a sudden I lost my balance and I started falling, going forward, and halfway down I saw the floor coming up, and I was going down, and I was turned like this, put me on my back, and then I hit the ground like a feather hitting. So I've been saved quite a few times.
Yeah, there have been a lot of times I should have been dead and he came out without a scratch. So,
Yeah.
in my lifetime, you know. But I can only.
Well, you're covered.
Yeah. Yeah, I can only give thanks to Yahuwah for it, you know.
Hallelujah.
Other than that, it don't make any sense, you know.
Mm-mm.
Dangerous world we live in, isn't it?
Yeah.
Anybody else want to share anything happened to them?
Yeah, who will put that hedge of fire around you? Nothing gets through that fire, boy. I tell you what. When Yahuwah makes the fire, ain't nothing going through that. We got a hedge of fire around us, brothers and sisters.
Yeah. That's for sure.
I could share one more that it's not that spectacular, but it speaks of the protection of God.
Mhm.
I have quite a few Jewish people that we service. We do pest control in Houston, and when I got to this the bedroom of their little boy, I went to the closet to spray, around in the baseboards, and I ran into an angel. I didn't see him except that I saw a flash of light, but then I was frozen while I felt like a light come and scan me from my head all the way down, and then it came back up and scanned me all the way up. And I figured that was their prayers, a protective angel that was there and was checking me as if I was an enemy. And it was really interesting. I was shooken to my core.
What about you, Joe? You got anything happen to you, man?
Kinda. Talking about. I was a teenager, and my buddy and I lived in Georgia, and we decided we was going to go up to this state park in Tennessee called Pickett State Park. They've got a lake there with a creek running out of it, and we got it in our head that we was going to go up there and canoe down this creek further than anybody had ever been before in history. You know, we're teenagers. What do we know? So we drive all the way up there, spend the night, get up next morning, rent a canoe. We start going down this stream, and we go maybe a half a mile, and it starts getting smaller and smaller. And there's a bunch of limbs across the creek, and we'd have to duck and dodge them and pull ourselves through. And we got to the point where we had to go across sandbars. And I hope you all know what a sandbar is. But we'd have to pull the canoe maybe 10, 15 feet, and we'd keep going because we're going to set a record. We're going where nobody's ever been before, you know. So we did that about 5 times, and finally got to, it was a huge sandbar. It was probably 75 feet across. And my buddy said, let's just turn around and go back. I said, well, why don't I walk across and see how deep it is on the other side? We might can keep going because we're going to set a record. He said, okay, I'm going to wait here. So I'm walking across this 75, 50 feet long sandbar, and I'm looking for deer tracks. I don't see a coon track, a possum track, a rabbit track, deer track. There's no tracks on this sandbar, okay? I get to the middle of the sandbar, and you're not going to believe what was wrote in the sand. No tracks around, nothing. Wrote in the sand says, "Hello, Joe." I'm serious. I said, "Bobby, come here." He said, "What?" I said, "You come here." He got up there and he looked at it and he said, "How'd it get here? Ain't no tracks around here." And I'm like, "I don't know." I just looked up and said, "Hello, God," G-O-D. That's all I knew to do. Well, Bobby said, "I'm going to get my camera and take a picture." So he goes and gets the camera out of the canoe, takes a picture. We're on the way back talking about it, and we're dodging these limbs. We both dodged the same way, and we flipped the canoe and lost the camera.
Wow.
And we had a reunion 2 years ago, and Bobby was there. It was our 50th year. And he come running up to me. He said, "You remember that time we was on that sandbar?" And he said, "Hello, Joe." And I'm like, "Yeah." He said, "I still remember that." I can't explain it. I can't explain it.
Wow.
It's crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And it was J-O-E too, by the way. Somebody said, "Was it J-O-E or just J-O?" I said, "No, it was J-O-E." It's just like Yahuwah took his finger and wrote, "Hello, Joe."
Wow.
Somebody was in a helicopter and they dropped them down on a rope or something. And they wrote, I don't know.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Anybody else? Well, then I guess we'll get off. Joe, you want to get us out of here then?
I'd be honored to. Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you peace. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Israel, and I myself shall bless them.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
You reptile, I love you. I need a top.
Bye, Mark.
Bye.
We love you guys.
Bye. See y'all next time.
Okay.